Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Royal Sussex Live. Welcome, one and all. Um, I hope this sounds better. I don't think it sounded bad before. Um, or is it? I don't think it sounded bad before. But I'm using a plug-in microphone as opposed to the built-in microphone. Since it seems as though I'm going to be on a different computer for the near future, I figured I better plug it in and just hopefully the sound quality will be better than whatever it was the past few weeks. So let me get my slides and let me see. Hopefully, we won't be more than 2 hours. Um, Doggone if I didn't get a little carried away today. Um, so yeah, let's just hope that it won't be more than 2 hours. Okay. I tell you what, let's try to make it. Or how about if I just get started? How's that? And of course, I am stalling a bit, but we'll get there. I am stalling just a little bit. I just need to grab one more thing that does not sound weird, but I just need to find something else. Oh, that's perfect. That is perfect. Jiminy Crickets, that's perfect. Ha. All right. All right. Ha. Very good. Very good. I love when it works out. All right. So, slides are coming up. Going to say hello to a few people. And okay, let me just say this before I start. Now, I said I was not going to bother with the list, and I'm not going through that list, but it's a few things that I want to talk about that has to do with the sick old man. So yeah, we will cover that as well. Let me see here. Who's first? Mary H. Thank you so much for being first. Hello, Kim Peaches, Ingrid Soers, Paulette Claw. I hope I'm saying that right. And B. Martim, Lorna Williams. Thank you for being here. Lydia Washington. Who else is here? Kathy G. Oh, praise the Lord, it's right there. I need to put my heating pad on. My shoulders. Oh, my shoulders are aching. Who else? I think there's a storm a coming. Whenever my shoulders feel like that, I think there's a storm coming. Okay, now I'm just going to go ahead and say, oh, Sarah Turner, thank you so much for the super chat. Good evening, Baron. Love tonight, my night off. Let me do that. I was wondering why I was moving. And able to watch instead of just listening. Well, thank you so much, Sarah Turner. And I really appreciate you being here. Happy New Year to you if I have not said that to you. I don't think I have. Give me a second. I'm going to plug in my heating pad. My shoulders are aching. Okay. Yes, indeed. My shoulders feel like somebody just took a stick and just been whooping on it. Oh, man. But these are baby boomer things. Okay. Turned it up to 4. I got one of those Sunbeam heating pads. Someone got this for me because of my shoulder pains. And what a loving gesture. I tell you, this has been amazing. There we go. Got it up on 4. But it's a Sunbeam. And it looks like a cape, right? It looks like a cape. Although I don't wear it in automobiles. But if I did, I would make sure when I exit, I would kick my legs up as high as Kate Middleton. Uh, that's what I would do. Okay. Hello, Lauren Brown. Thank you so much for being here. Stevie Rose, appreciate it. Gwendolyn Daniels wants to say hi to a few people. And I'm going to go ahead and put that up so we can get started. Hello, Reba Henderson. Rochelle Baldreau. Caroline Dansby 1. Val Rich. Marcia Ware. Now, see, look at those beautiful profile pictures. Look at that. Don't those colors kind of look warm, right? Val Rich and Marcia Ware. Marcia Ware weather. Yeah. Love that. Those are some very warm colors. Love that. Right. Thank you. Doesn't take much to make me happy. Doesn't take much to make me happy and make me smile with glee. Okay, here we go. Sad news today, but a life well lived. You probably recognize that Ford Grand Torino from the 1970s. I guess you could say, yes, that was an example of a muscle car right next to a Firebird Trans Am, also a muscle car. Well, the Firebird, you probably recognize that from Smokey and the Bandit. And then, of course, the Grand Torino, Starsky and Hutch. That was like one of my favorite cop shows from the 70s. And it starred David Soul and Paul Michael Glazier, right? And I believe they were LA cops. And I think, I know I'm not imagining this, but, we're like, I guess on the other end of the civil rights movement. And I remember there was an episode where someone was questioned by Starsky and Hutch, and he referred to this African American woman. Of course, we were black then. He said, "No, that N-word is lying," and a whack right across his face. I think it was Starsky that gave him a whack across his face. But yeah, it was very disrespectful. Now, of course, that was television. In real life, one would doubt that something like that would happen, but still, I thought it was really cool. So that is like the one thing I can remember from Starsky and Hutch clearly. I haven't watched an episode in years, but yeah. But anyway, so David Souls died. There he is on the left side. Starsky and Hutch, they were like one of the biggest cop shows in the 70s. And you would say that the Grand Torino was like one of the characters. It was a character of its own, just like the house in Downton Abbey, just like the mansion in Dynasty, or as you guys in the UK would say, Dynasty. It was one of the characters. So you could, oh, yes. Wow, that's a name I haven't heard in forever. Lorna Williams and Tone Fargus played Huggy Bear. Yeah, Huggy Bear. Yeah, wasn't it something? They had Huggy Bear on Starsky and Hutch and Rooster on Beretta. Beretta was another cop show. So for you non-Americans, there was a genre of cop shows during the 1970s. Rockford Files, who was actually a detective who worked with the cops, and Starsky and Hutch, Beretta, and oh my goodness, there were quite a few of them. But yeah, so just by chance, you know what? I don't know what Huggy Bear's was. Huggy Bear a person who could procure women to keep men company, like Rooster. I mean, that with a name like Rooster, you know that what his job was. Rooster was to keep those Keep those profits coming, and to bail his employees out of the Crossbar Hotel. Yes, what's that? Barney Fife. Well, Barney Fife was on a sitcom, not a cop show. I mean, these were hour-long shows. Yes. Oh, Huggy Bear was, huh? Okay. A person in charge of many people, right? Huggy Bear was a person in charge of many people. I guess the last P is for people. Person in charge of many people. Okay. I'm going to leave it at people. And as they say, people who need people are the luckiest people in the world. People who need people are the luckiest people in the. That's assuming that the last P means people. I mean, what if it meant something else? People who need. Yeah, we better stick with people. People. With one person, one very special person, a feeling deep in your soul says you're half, now you're whole. No more hunger and thirst, but first be a person who needs people. Okay. Now, anyway, so rest in peace, David So, who died at age 80. He was born in 1943 in Chicago, Illinois. So was Robin Williams. So was Raquel Welch. And quite a few other people, like, what's his name? Bob Newhart. There are a lot of people that were actually born in the Windy City. But of course, being the second largest city in the country at that time, there was no wonder there's so many people were born here. Okay, and moving on. This lovely photo. This is very beautiful. This almost seems like something that Misan Harriman would have created, but I don't know who the artist was. But there you can see August the 28th, 1943, January the 4th, 2024. And you won't believe where he died. London, England. What the people were he doing over there? I don't know. But that is where he passed away. He had been having some severe health problems for years. And anyway, odd thing is, I kind of read, I didn't read the accounts, but it was said that he and Paul Michael Glaser did not get along well at the beginning of the show. And anyway, it turns out they became best of friends, right? So it just goes to show you may start off not liking a person, but sometimes those can make for some very strong relationships, especially when they are based on mutual respect. I think combined they had been married 7 times. And Paul Michael Glaser, his story is quite modern, and I will share that with you later. But this is for David So right now. So rest in peace, David So. And thanks for entertaining us all these years. Although I have to say, I don't want to be shady because the man just passed away. Ooh, I used to hate that song. Don't give up on us, baby. Lord knows we tried. Da-da. Oh, God, that was a boring song. You almost forgot he used to have a singing career, but I believe that he thought this cop show was going to be a vehicle for his singing career. But oh, that was just an awful song. Don't give up on us, baby. Da, da. It was like elevator music. But anyway, I mean, it was okay. But oh man, leave it to me to shade somebody's music after they passed away. But it was an awful song. I guess because it was one of those songs that got stuck in my head. But anyway, rest in peace, David Soul, and thanks for the memories. Okay, and this just came in literally before I came on today. I saw this. Turns out that, and you know what, guys, I'm not naive. I do understand what's going on here. They are marketing um, coats for the winter. The 20 best camel coats for women are forever classic. Shop them now, wear them for years, it says. Shop them now, wear them for years. On Tuesday, January 2020, Meghan Markle wore an outfit including my definition of the best camel coat, a single-breasted, designed by Reese. It hit at mid-calf and neatly coordinated with the chocolate brown silk sweater and skirt she wore underneath. It was elegant without trying too hard. It was warm enough for an outdoor engagement in winter without the heft of a duffel or puffer coat. It was, to my mind, daytime perfection. Marco's exact coat is long enough for market 3 years later. Marco's exact coat is long enough for the market 3 years later, but her outfit is still my blueprint for recommending camel coats that will last, just like her style and the countless others appearing in celebrities' winter outfits this year. The best camel coats come with a hint of polish. I was about to say Polish. Polish and near universal appeal, plus undeniable warmth for the winter season. Diego Abba, CEO of luxury retailer Archetypes, considers them one of the most versatile outerwear options to consider. Camel matches any other neutral black, white, gray, as well as stable winter colors like red, green, purple, and navy, he said. With that much range, a camel coat can top a winter outfit with an ease that a printed, puffed, or color-blocked wool coat can't. In essence, it goes with everything and flatters almost everyone. So, but yeah, so that's all they had to say about her. Other than that, this article is clearly marketing coats. And if you go to Harper's Bazaar for today, January 5th, you will find a selection of coats that they are pushing. But you know what? I don't mind, because you guys know that one of the things that grates on my nerves is the fact that I told you, when you Google Meghan tan coat, you know that some social climbing misfit pops up every time as part of their ploy to get attention. So I'm glad that we have put the ownership of the look on the princess who originated that style for that thankless institution. And that, of course, is the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, Princess Meghan. Her Royal Highness, Meghan, is the one who, rocked that style first. Barron saw People magazine in 2 stores today. Mumbo's is on cover. Title reads, Kate's secret strength. The secret is how she stays strong in her lazy mediocrity. She looks 60, wrinkles abound. Okay, so in other words, they have made a deal with the palace to get her on the front page. They're pushing Kate so that there won't be so much attention on Queen Mary of Denmark because Kate is not getting her promotion anytime soon. So they have been doing that actually. Every time you see an article about Crown Princess Mary, soon to be Queen Mary of Denmark, Kate pops up. So it's just a nasty habit that the tabloids in the UK have of doing comparisons and pitting women against women and so on. So thank you for that heads up, though. I did not know that that happened, but I will definitely drag about that tomorrow. And thank you, Black Queen, for being here. And thank you for being a very phenomenal, very cool, and helpful um, moderator on Royal Sussex. Okay, so let me see here. Continue. Oh, well, that's what I just shared right there. Now, let's get into this. So I'm going to start off with Brother Omid Scobie. Omid has, if nothing else, Omid has been consistent about things where the Sussexes have concern. Now, I know there was a period when he was trying to have it both ways, but at a certain point, he decided what his leaning would be. I won't say that he's on their side, but I'm going to say that he decided to lean in a certain direction, and that is in a way that is fair and balanced, and giving the Sussexes the benefit of the doubt rather than to condemn them and try to define their character through a bunch of lies and gaslighting and manipulation. So good on you, Omid Scobie, for doing that. So I went into my receipt drawer and I'm just going to share a few of the things that he tweeted. Like, for instance, if you take a look at this one, let's see. Prince Harry was forced to become 100% self sufficient after stepping back from his royal role. But Andrew, the sick old man, though a short list of honors worse off, will continue to luxuriate in nearly all of the trappings of royal life. And of course, you can see that. Let's see, this was January 17th. I want to say this was likely 2021, I think. But yeah, the Queen's delay in punishing Prince Andrew shows Brand Windsor's something when a selfish behavior of a pompous prince is quietly protected because he doesn't challenge the system. It is clear that this and that's not Omid's words, but that's from the article connected to the story. So, and then you can see there on the left side, exclusive, Harry and Meghan are setting up a complex network of 11 companies named after the Duchess's Freckless, whatever that is, a South American river, Opeka, South American river, Orinoco, and their Baby Moon Hampshire, all based in Tax Haven, Delaware. So, of course, Omid was responding to, at least I believe that was his response to this article, or maybe I put them on the same slide just to, sock it to him, sock it to the tabloids and the derangers. But either way, the Sussexes did what any responsible couple would do. The Daily Mail tried to report it as they were trying to hide something, or by saying complex. Meghan had or has a lawyer in Beverly Hills that has handled a lot of business for her over the years. And because they are self-sufficient, because they're not working within the firm, they have to protect their copyright, and they even protected the names of their children, which is the same thing that, guess what? The Cambridges did the same thing to protect their children so that nobody will market products using their children's name. That is something that people in the public arena do all the time. That way you can avoid having to send out those letters from your lawyer's office, cease and desist, stop using my child's name to market things that have nothing to do with my family. So they were just being responsible with their names, their likeness, and of course, one of the things that the tabloids haven't mentioned in some time, they have actually prevented people from creating everything from T-shirts to baseball caps. All of those things, the Sussexes have protected their name and their likeness. So to a certain extent, I mean, they're still public people, but to a certain extent. So they were just being responsible. And whatever the derangers or the tabloids say, they were doing what most people, including royals that live a public life, would have done under those circumstances. Yes, I get that, Dansby. It is insulting, but then again, it was the Daily Mail. Okay, so let us continue. And I'm just going to go through these quickly. I just wrote in my column earlier today, despite being stripped of all royal patronages and military affiliations after paying out millions to a person that he never met for something that he didn't do, the sick old man personal protection remains an annual cost around $500,000. I think that should be pounds, right, to the British taxpayers. So yeah, and then of course that was a article from the Telegraph, which I'm sure that figure is more than that. The sick old man continues to receive taxpayer-funded police protection. Decision was made by the same committee that denied Prince Harry and his family automatic security when he was in the UK, which is interesting now that we think about the Queen's letter, I'm sure. Helen Groen, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate that. Hello, 1960. Okay, so let me continue here. So after that, there's another tweet, and some of these have the dates and some do not. I apologize for that. The safety of the others should never be up for debate. The Duke of Sussex and Home Office may not see eye to eye, but there's only one acceptable solution to this fight: reinstate Harry's security at his own expense before it's too late. So there you go, a little stern warning from Omid Scobie. And of course, I group those with those articles at the bottom. Sick US website defends Meghan Markle and Harry's race hate post. Let me see, which magazine posted that? Vile extremist rants on US-based website. Gab heaps fresh torment on royal couple. And then, of course, you've seen the one at the bottom with the far-right teens, the teen neo-Nazis, and, of course, I could not resist throwing that no-neck, vicious person, Sarah Vine, the one who had that feeling. I had to throw that in there. All of this conjures up disdain and hate toward the Sussexes. And, of course, it is not fair, especially when you consider that if something ever happened, God forbid, they would monetize that as well. They would monetize that. So just like they did with everybody else that they have destroyed. But, of course, the Sussexes have the Sussex Squad. Okay, royal family live. Omid Scobie twists knife into Queen over Andrew row with Harry jibe. Let me see. Meghan Markle's ally. This is from January 2022. Meghan Markle's ally, commentator Omid Scobie, appears to have twisted the knife into the Queen. You can see that they are using words to trigger people over a row about Prince Andrew's titles being removed by comparing the Duke of York's fate to that of Prince Harry's. And then over here, Meghan's mouthpiece. Oh, I wonder if this was the first time they used that. Omid puts the boot in over Andrew. I'm surprised they didn't mention put the boot. Well, anyway, I'm not going to say that. Journalist compares how Duke of York kept his titles until the Queen's hand was finally forced with how Prince Harry was stripped of privilege after they left the country. Omid says ring of protection around Andrew was confusing, claims threats to brand Windsor forced the institution's hands over the Duke, says there was no sympathetic support behind palace walls for Prince Harry. Omid Scobie works for Harper's Bazaar and co-wrote Finding Freedom biography. Okay, so there's that. And I think I have a couple more slides. It's time for Prince Andrew to realize that a comeback is never going to happen. Now, that's an interesting word, a comeback. Over there on the right side, I believe this slide I paired up with that during the time of the funeral. So let's say that this is from September 2022, when he was out there with the praying hands and everything. So it had to be around that time. So again, Omid Scobie telling it like he sees it. And then right here, barred from access to police security, there's just one space that meets the Sussex's security needs when visiting the UK, Frogmore Cottage. Soon, that will no longer be an option. The inside story of King Charles' cruel eviction of Harry and Meghan. And of course, that's in Yahoo. So very likely there was an article from Omid Scobie to accompany that tweet. Says a spokesman for Harry and Meghan, we can confirm the Duke and Duchess of Sussex have been requested to vacate their residence at Frogmore Cottage. So at that time, there was the request, but I do not believe at that moment the keys had been turned over. I'm not sure when they actually left Frogmore, but when they turned in the keys and took the rest of their belongings, I'm not sure exactly when that happened. I'm thinking it was before they went to The Hague or after The Hague, perhaps. Not sure though. Okay. And so shame on them. British press. This is one of those cartoons that, of course, is very poignant at the way it demonstrates how unjust and inconsistent the media as well as the institution has been. Now, let us get to today. Why does everybody have their cameras on Prince Andrew's bizarre exchange with royal fans at Sandringham before he tells them they ought to stand on this side and see what it's like? It was very, very strange. And I don't have that soundbite prepared for you guys because it's actually in the article itself, but just so that you don't have to, just in case you were thinking about it, why don't I do it for all of us? That way we don't give them the engagement. How's that? So give me a second to do that. Let me see here. Okay. Okay. Yes, and I know someone says, why are we revisiting? Because I choose to. That is why, because I am making a point. That is why we are revisiting the tweets from Omid Scobie. Okay. Okay. Very bizarre exchange. Maybe I will come back to it. I wonder if they haven't taken it down. They may have very well have done that. It was not a good look for him. I'll tell you that. It was not a good look for him. Okay. Oh, I tell you what. I know how to do it. I got it. You know, it looks so different on the phone than it does on the. Oh, there we go. Uh-huh. Oh, I believe they took it down. I believe they took it down. Yeah, it is not there anymore. Gun. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. Let me cue it up.
You have it. I find this fascinating. Why does everybody have their cameras? But why do that?
We're not the press.
It's not about whether you're the press or not. It's just why video?
It's just lovely. Just lovely moment.
You want to come and stand on this side and see what it's like having point. There's little cameras facing you. It's a really bizarre sensation.
So he's telling them, I don't understand why everyone has their cameras out. And they, the lady was trying to be polite and she said, well, it's just lovely, something to remember. And he's like, well, you should stand on this side. And at a certain point, you could hear someone yelling, Sarah, Sarah, because I think they were trying to stop him from making a fool of himself and putting his foot in his mouth and dragging his foot across those yellow Windsor teeth of his, those golden yellow Windsor teeth. But it was just weird. The fact that he was there was shocking enough last year. Then he comes back this year and brings Sarah Ferguson with him, or Fergie, as they say. Now, all of a sudden, and they had to know this was coming. They had to know this was coming. Oh, Alicia Sykes, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you very much. I am so happy about that. Thank you so much. But yeah, so that was the little weird thing that happened at the church service, is he was asking people why they were aiming their cameras at a vicious bowl of Jell-O who had to shake his mama down for 12 million pounds to pay to someone he never met for something that surely he didn't do. That's why that's why they were aiming their cameras. As a matter of fact, I wonder who was the first one to run to the fail and sell the video of him saying something so stupid. Helene says he probably did so many things on camera. Yes. It's like Central Park all over again, right? It's just like Central Park all over again. Hello, Sharon Chung. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I get it, Helene. He's probably got, well, he can't sweat, so I'm sure he didn't break a sweat from seeing those cameras. You see, I have a rather peculiar, now see, the thing about that is I have a very peculiar disorder where even though I'm chubby and carry all this extra padding, even if I'm in a nightclub, I'm not prone to sweating because of a temporary effect of whatever he said of being in the Falkland Island War. Oh my God! You know what? I'm gonna go back and watch that interview again. If you have not seen Andrew's interview, where he says that he was at a pizza shop and he couldn't sweat, you owe it to yourself. You owe it to yourself. If you have seen anything like that before, where everybody talked about it and you're wondering what the fuss is about, talk about a train wreck. You just can't not watch it. You cannot. It's one of those things that's so bizarre. You find yourself like, wait, am I breathing? You almost forget to breathe because it really pulls you in. So that was some of the best television ever, ever. Okay, so Graham Smith, CEO of anti-monarchy group Republic, said he had reported the sick old man to the Met Police. Pictured there, you can see Mr. Smith outside of Westminster Abbey prior to the Commonwealth service in March of 2023. And it should be noted that at that occasion, Mr. Smith goes to Westminster Abbey. There was a few people in the crowd that told what's his name, William and Kate, that they were next on their list. Whenever Charles goes to join his parents at the St. George Chapel, Mr. Smith and his group intend to keep the pressure up on the rest of the family. So whoever the next sovereign is not going to have a chance to relax. And because of the way they were treated on Coronation Day, their numbers have doubled. Their numbers have doubled. I believe there's some 10,000 members of the organization now. So good on him, right? 10,000 members. So right there, you can see it says, investigate the sick old man. That is a result of Republic or Graham Smith. They went and reported him. And as far as I know, they said they're not sure whether or not they were going to try to make a case. So stick by and wait for that one, if you will. Now, I don't feel like this helps at all. Do you? Do you think this helps? Princess Beatrice visits the sick old man at the Royal Lodge hours after newly released files claim he knew certain things were happening. And do you see that big smile? Do you see that big Colgate smile? It's enough that Mrs. Peepers nearly hypnotizes you with her glance, but I don't think you ought to be smiling on your way to go and meet your dad. You have been a royal long enough to know better. And you can, if there was any doubt about paternity, let me alleviate any doubts that you, I'm being so shady, but let me alleviate any doubts you have about paternity. Are you ready? Huh? Are we good? Can I go on now? Is there anyone who has any doubts about paternity? Yeah, not the gardener, not the butler, Andrew. Jeepers creepers, where'd you get those peepers? Jeepers creepers, where'd you get those eyes? Train wreck interview on the BBC. Train wreck interview on the BBC. Yeah. Sussex squad with receipts, British tabloid press. Uh, who do you think is going to win that one? Okay. Okay, let me continue. Jeepers, creepers. So, Beatrice and Eugenie begged Charles to let shamed sick old man back from the cold. Future king rebutted pleas of princesses of and Duke and of the pleas of princesses and Duke of York to give him a new job after paying out all that money to somebody he never met for something he didn't do, right? And then if you look over there, you can see this was part of a, shall we say, a campaign, because not only did they mention it in the fail, but it's also in the Sun. Please give Dad a job, Charles. So Mrs. Peepers, the one who's married to the hot count, um, she was actively campaigning for a job for her dad. So Beatrice seems to be a little more devoted. You know, not to say that they don't both love their parents, but she seems to be more devoted to helping her father straighten out his life. And I got some other proof of that coming up later. But yeah, Mrs. Peepers, I don't know, maybe she ought to try to close her eyes and look the other way, because this happened, oh gosh, I want to say it's been over a year ago. And I guess it fell on deaf ears, which seems odd to say deaf ears and in reference to Charles, because Charles can pick up a sound across the English Channel in heavy traffic. Okay, so saying deaf ear. Okay, I got to stop. I'm trying to be serious, you guys. But saying falling on deaf ears and referencing Charles III seems redundant, because what is it he can't pick up? So, okay. I'm trying to be serious, you guys. Stop encouraging me. So, as I said, I had some evidence that Beatrice seems to take everything a little extra with her father, because right there, now this is the thing, I can't work this out. Is she trying to hide a laugh, or is she crying? Is she trying to hide her laugh, or is she crying? Is she crying because she's emotionally worked up at the fact that her father has been humiliated and has walked the Queen into the Westminster Abbey, even though he knew he wasn't supposed to do it? So is she laughing because she just won $10 or £10 from her father? Or is she crying because she's upset at the way her father has been treated and the way the Queen had to pay out all that money to somebody he never met for something he definitely didn't do? Or, as I like to say, the world's most expensive slice of express pizza. That is the most expensive that is the most expensive pizza express anyone has ever consumed. So I can't tell. I really can't tell. She may be crying, or she may be trying to hide her laugh. I don't know. But if you want to go in for the sympathy, it's probably best to let people see you openly weep. But yeah, it was very, maybe once and for all, and I'm not trying to help the royal family, but maybe once and for all, they will leave this pathetic individual alone. Why they feel this need to keep trying to insert him into public life escapes me. I don't understand it. Why are you trying to reform him? In any other society, not only would this be the end of your public life, but it could mean the end of a lot of things for you. So stop. Just stop. And right here, no way back. Now you saw that on the thumbnail. No way back. Andrew cuts deal, but there's no way back. Do you notice that they recycled that headline? I went into my receipt drawer and I found the article on the right side. And I'm like, wow, that kind of looks like the article on the left side. How many times is there no way back? This is like a horror movie. Just when you think Jason or what's his name, Myers, just when you think they're done for, the finger moves, the foot wiggles, and next thing you know, the slasher is up and chasing you through the house again. How many times is that going to happen? You just can't get rid of this guy. Let's see. YM Droid says that money came from her eye cream fund. Huge loss. Thank you, YM Droid. And thank you so much for the super chat. Okay. Let me see here. Okay. Okay, let me see. Then we say, glad she is catching his dirt also because she would be right there trashing Meghan also. That's a possibility. Sharon Augustine, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you for being here tonight on Royal Sussex. Oh, man. I have some other good news for you guys. Everything in small steps, right? Everything in increments. I actually disinfected my humidifier and I have it up and running. So I should not have the throat issues I've been having with this dry weather. But guess what? Now my sinuses feel like they're triggered. I cannot win for losing. Now it seems like there it is. Now it seems like my sinuses are triggered. Hold on a second, you guys. Let me do a little break beat. Okay, that's better. Yeah, it seems like now my sinuses are triggered. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. You tried cutting the sandbags, but the balloon wouldn't go any higher. You can go up to the mountains or down to the sea. You should always say thank you or at least say please. Conjunction, junction, what's your function? Hooking up words and phrases and clauses. Conjunction, junction, how's that function? I'm gonna get you there if you're very careful. Okay. So that was the end of my break beat. Thank you, Sharon Augustine, and thank you again for being here tonight. Let me see. Yeah, Marshar, and they should be upset. It's as I was saying last week. Remember when I was doing my little soapbox about people that I feel, a certain way about, and it just, even if it's not true about this person or that person, what bothers me are those who can just buy their way out of a bad situation, something that is not available to most of society. And so I don't care about what color they are, what their religion is. Two things that bothers me. Number one, you've had a problem before and you won't stop. You done bought your way out of it and you keep doing it. Number two, you done bought your way out of it again. That bothers me. So, guilty or not, the fact that you don't disassociate and you keep getting in trouble and you keep buying your way out of it, that just grates on my nerves. Okay. So there is a collection of front pages from 2022. As you can see, with all of that, that should have been the end of it. Remember, no way back. And yet, for some bizarre reason, they kept trying to squeeze that big blubbery piece of thread through the eye of the needle. And I just don't understand it. I don't get why it's so important to try to be back in public life. Go be shamed and wallow in your riches and just stay low. Lay low. You know what they say, out of sight, out of mind. And here's some more. I saved these from the 14th of January 2022. And here we are 2 years later, and still this is going on. Love Wins movement. Thank you so much for being here. So, I got this for you guys. So remember the other day, I had a little soundbite from this lunatic, the one that was begging Harry and Meghan to come back. Okay, so that was before this particular video. So I can't play the video, but I will play the soundbite. I think it's like 3 minutes long, but this is one of the nastiest individuals. Warning, this may trigger you, but he is a nasty individual. And you will be amazed at how he's defending the indefensible and at the same time dragging our fave. This is another person that should just retreat from the public. Let me see. Arthur Andrews. Okay. Oh, not Andrews, Edwards. I'm sorry. I just caught that. Okay, here goes. Do not throw your phone through a plate glass window. It's not worth it. It's not worth it, y'all. Do not hurl your phone through a plate glass window.
Thanksgiving service for his, then Andrew should be there.
Well, Andrew's going to be there. Of course he is. And he's on the list and he will arrive. But the person...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Who should be here is Prince Harry. Prince Harry does nothing but sit there feed his chickens in California, and he get on a plane, come here and pay his respects to his grandfather. He should be here. Whether he brings his wife or not doesn't matter. He should be here. And to make an excuse about security, I mean, security is incredible. I can't tell you. He should be here.
Well, give it a second, you guys, because it's let me see.
Bit of controversy over his second eldest son being there. Do you think that's reasonable, or do you think, you know, his father has died, it's a Thanksgiving service for his father's life, then Andrew should be there?
Well, Andrew's going to be there. Of course he is. And he's on the list and he will arrive. But the person who should be here is Prince Harry. Prince Harry does nothing but sit there feed his chickens in California, and he get on a plane, come here and pay his respects to his grandfather. He should be here. Whether he brings his wife or not doesn't matter. He should be here. And to make an excuse about security, I mean, security is incredible. I can't tell you. He should be here.
Okay, so you can hear how snarky that was. He just sits there in California feeding his chickens, and he should be here. See how quickly he dismissed. Of course, Andrews would be here. Andrews on the list. He was dispatched by the palace to go out there and normalize that monster, normalize his presence, while at the same time distracting and trashing Harry for not being there over security concerns. And Harry did not go to Philip's memorial service. He went to the funeral. Why is he going to the memorial service? And of course, there were things that needed to be ironed out. So, yeah. Well, and this is the same person that you heard begging and pleading the Sussexes to please come back. Please come back. Yes, she did suffer some, whatever he said. But please come back. Won't you come back? Won't you please? Listen. Oh.
Meghan, and it never happened. And I think if we had met her and if she'd have met us, things might have been different. You know, you might see that we were human and she's human. Unfortunately, she did get some bad press, and that was a mistake. But you know, we asked for forgiveness and please come back because you know, this is a great country and the royal family are very important to us all. And the Queen needs your support, Harry, because you know William can't do it all, Catherine can't do it all. The Prince of Wales is taken on the Queen's role now, so he's even more busy. So you know, Harry's badly needed here, and I hope.
Yeah, Harry's badly needed here, so I hope he'll come back. Isn't that something? 1 minute he's begging and pleading, please come back, please forgive us. And then the next thing, you know, well, Andrew's on the list. Andrew's supposed to be there. But Harry just sits there in California feeding his chickens. I mean, it's childish. It's childish. B. Martin says, this man, all he does is take pictures. Why is he talking? Because he's very close to Charles and Camilla. He's always with them. He probably spends the night. They probably, well, okay, I'm not going to say that. But he spends the night. Thank you, B. Martin. Okay, let's move on. So, Kate Middleton, influence in royal family revealed. Now, you remember yesterday I said William and Kate would prefer Andrew as a neighbor over Harry and Meghan, claims royal commentator. Well, Princess of Wales Kate Middleton has reportedly played a key role in plans to delay Prince Andrew's eviction from the Royal Lodge, which apparently shows her influence in the royal family. Now, remember, I told you, these people ain't too bright. These people ain't too bright. Either they are setting her up. When was this? July of 2023. Either they were setting her up for the big fall, or she's just stupid. But Prince Andrew has escaped eviction from the Royal Lodge following his former wife, Sarah Ferguson's breast cancer diagnosis and successful surgery. So I don't know how that got out there, but seems like this would have been one of those things that should have been quietly and discreetly handled behind the scenes. But for some reason, they threw her name in there. So I don't get it. But let me see. That was in July. And this article was from March of 2023. So that article came out first. And then the one with Kate's influence, that came out in July. Not sure what that means. And you guys know that there was a Prince Andrew, the musical, right? There was actually a musical, and it was called the Prince Andrew, the musical. And in case you haven't heard it before, there you can see right there, it took place in, let's see. Yeah, it premiered the 29th of December. I think it was 2022. So Prince Andrew, the musical on Channel 4. And right there, now I didn't see the musical, but I just imagined what some of the songs would have been. Like this one, if I were a sick old man, da 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 da. If I were a sick old man. And then, of course, Mama, can you save me? Mama, can you save me? You know, all of these show tunes sounds very familiar. Like, I'm trouble. I'm your brother. Actually, it's supposed to be, I'm in trouble. I'm your brother. If I'm leaning at all. Anyway, and then, of course, I imagined that there would be another song called This Crime Is Your Crime. This crime is my crime. From that island. To that cabin in Balmoral. And if you hear my sorrow, this crime was made for you and me. And then, of course, there's Don't Epstein on My Parade. I simply have to, if someone takes a spill, it's me and not you. Who said you're allowed to Epstein on my parade? All of these are classic show tunes, or will soon be classic show tunes. And don't forget that one. Don't cry for me, Beatrice and Eugenie. The truth is, nobody's seen me. I was at the Pizza Express. I used my credit card. At least I thought I did. So don't cry hard. Don't cry for me, Beatrice and Eugenie. And then, of course, of course, there's Show Broke. Remember that song, Show Broke? That sick old man, he ain't got no money. He had to ask his mama for 12 million pounds. That sick old man, Andrew, he ain't got no money. And then, of course, there was the song Fats. Remember the song Fats? Midnight, not a sound from the table. I eat my pizza, I'm able, but I can never sweat in the... So, I don't know what the exact songs from the hit musical Prince Andrew were, but I would imagine that these were loosely based on the songs from the hit musical Prince Andrew. So, don't cry for me, Beatrice and Eugenie. The truth is, nobody's seen me. Oh man. Is that tacky or what? I would say that was a little tacky. Even for me, that's a bit tacky. But yeah, that was tacky. Vanzola Adams, thank you so much for being here. Oh man. Don't Epstein on my parade. Don't tell me not to fly. I simply have to. If someone goes to New York, it's me and not you. Who said you're allowed to Epstein on my parade? Let me see. Judy Matassa says, Bear and can Kitty be both stupid and set up? I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Can Kitty be both stupid and set up? That is the question for the day. Can Kitty be both stupid and set up? That ought to be her bumper sticker on the Range Rover. Can she be both stupid? No. Well, can I be both stupid and set up? Inquiring minds want to know. Okay, thank you all for letting me get that out of my system. And thank you, Judy Matassid. I love it, love it, love it. Anyway, these are some photos from the actual musical. as you can see, not exactly a Andrew lookalike. Of course, Andrew was not bad looking when he was younger. I don't know what happened. That Windsor gene kicked in, and there you can see another little snapshot from the hit musical Andrew. Yeah, or Andrew the musical. Now, library book list. People in Windsor, Ontario, care about Prince Harry. Of course they do. We all love and care about Prince Harry. Even people who pretend otherwise, I'm sure they do, and they just can't admit it. But oh my goodness, that is small. Let me see what I can do here. Memoir. Oh yeah, this library says its annual borrowing stats include ebooks and print books. A memoir by former Windsor, England residents Prince Harry tops Windsor Public Library um, list of most popular titles. The list includes the circulation numbers for ebooks and print books during the whole of last year. So let me see here. 30 Canadian books to read in winter of 2024. Harry Spare is a tell-all memoir, ghostwritten by J.R. Moringer. Katie Vlanick, public service librarian at the Center Branch of the Windsor Public Library. This is Windsor, Ontario, of course. Said that the Duke of Sussex's illustrious success among Windsorites was not at all a surprise. Yeah, it was not at all a surprise. So let me see. What does 2024 have in store for the publishing world? Oh, well, I don't care about that. I just wanted to talk about Harry. Oh, down at the bottom it says Spare is not the only titillating title that tops. Oh, there's 4 T's, right? Not the only titillating title that tops. Okay, bye, y'all. Okay, let me move on. I mean, how many times could I say titillating title before something goes terribly wrong? I tell you. Let's see. Helen Cole. Kate is a great pole dancer. Is that the election polls or the mass of a ship or yacht? Or was that some item that was installed at Amber Hall? I'm just asking for a friend. But thank you so much for the super chat. Okay. Okay. Don't cry for me, Beatrice and Eugenie. The truth is, nobody's seen me. I like that song. Let me see. The ex-Mirror Group lawyer probed over phone hacking knowledge. So this was in the Law Society Gazette. Didn't know that exists. The Solicitors Regulation Authority is investigating a former Mirror Group in-house solicitor named in the Prince Harry phone hacking judgment. The regulator has revealed Marcus Partington was referred to repeatedly in the ruling handed down by Mr. Justice Fancourt last month. The judgment stated that Partington would have been aware of unlawful information gathering from 1999 onward and was aware of phone hacking activities from no later than the end of 2003. This, the judge found, was as a result of his legaling work, checking stories for legal issues before publication. Fancourt went on to say that Partington had told group legal director and barrister Paul Vickers, who was also a board director so it could not be said that lawyers concealed what was happening from the company. So the lawyers do vet those stories, and they probably would like to know exactly what the source or proof that the story is accurate. I mean, that is something that they would want to know just to make sure that they're not putting the newspaper or publisher in jeopardy. So yeah, that seems logical. Let me see. Lady T says, Baron, you get a 999 for your singing. Yes. 999. I love it. Thank you so much. And Helen Cole says, stripper pole at Amar Hall. See, I beat you to it, didn't I? I'm pretty sure that this was on its way up before I even said it. So thank you so much. I love when we have that connection. Thank you so much, Helen Cole. And then B. Martin says, broom pole available. Bed knobs and broomsticks. We have so many nicknames for them. Thank you so much, and thank you for being a member of Royal Sussex. All right. So now, interestingly enough, I think we're going to get out of here maybe in less than 30 minutes, I think. Okay. We are very honored to have the support of Prince Harry. HIV allies are so important to help break down the stigma still associated with the virus. So over here on your left, they posted this today, by the way, at Tackle HIV. We have moved from a time of social panic and hatred to a time when the public come out into the streets to cheer for Garrett, a man living openly with HIV. And of course, he is a friend of Prince Harry's. They have been fighting this fight for a long time. And there you can see on the right side a separate posting, which includes a photo of Garrett. They posted this on the 31st of December, New Year's Eve. The other one before was from today. It's been amazing to see the ongoing support Prince Harry has shown in challenging HIV stigma, from publicly taking an HIV test to supporting Garrett Thomas and our Tackle HIV campaign. He helped break barriers and spread awareness about the virus. So sharing is caring. And there you go. So sharing this very vital information and even being tested himself, Prince Harry has probably helped a lot of people that he'll never know or never meet. Garrett Thomas and Prince Harry joined forces in fight against HIV as Royals calls rugby legend an excellent role model for anyone living in fear. So this is actually an old photo. This was not from today or this week. This was from some time ago. But again, Harry has been a long-time supporter of this cause. And not only here, but let us not forget Sentabale, founding patrons. This is something Harry started when he was a teenager. At its core, Sentabale supports the health and well-being of children and young people. That purpose, Sentabale purpose, continues to guide us all each and every day, even through this global health panic. So in certain areas, there are people that are either living with HIV and have not had treatment, or people who don't even know that they're living with HIV and was not able to get treatment. Also, there are people who need to be tested and haven't been tested. But either way, Sentabale, which was founded by Harry and Princeso to honor both their mothers, which I think is absolutely awesome. So good thing Harry is still involved in this fight because it is greatly needed. information. The lack of information is a worry. So let me see here. Huh. Is this it? Let me see if this is it. I think this is the video where Harry mentions the establishment of the, well, let's see. Give me just a second. I want to just take a peek through here. Nope, that's not the one. Let me try a different one. It's been a while since I shared this one, so let me try and see if it's another one that I have. My apologies, but I just want to make sure that Princess Diana gets her flowers for this is something that they really should have made a big deal out of on the on that horrible thing that they what is that, the crown. This is something that really should have been highlighted. Well, so far, what can you expect from the presentation of the Princess Diana statue? The unveiling is going to take place on July the 1st in what? Nope, that's not it. I think, nope, that, here I go again. Don't I do this every time? And then, of course, you know what I'm going to say. I wonder if it's on the other computer. Sorry about that. Nope, it's not. Huh. So that's Diana Award. That's that one. Okay. I think it may be here. No, it's not. But anyway, I'm going to do it anyway.
My dear friend Prince Seso and I founded Centre Body 16 years ago in honour of our mothers, with a mission to support many of the most vulnerable young people on the planet and to give them care and help so that they can thrive. In Sesotho, the language of the Basotho, the World Centre Body means forget me not. Next week is the 25th anniversary of my mother's death, and she most certainly will never be forgotten. I want it to be a day filled with memories of her incredible work and love for the way that she did it. I want it to be a day to share the spirit of my mum with my family, with my children who I wish could have met her. Every day, I hope to do her proud. She was tireless in her work to support and destigmatize those experiencing HIV and AIDS. Fittingly, her favorite flowers were forget-me-nots. I hope we can remember my mother's legacy by recommitting to those that we serve, whoever and wherever they may be.
Okay, that was it. I don't know why I always doubt myself every time I look for that video. But so there you are. Anyway, that was Harry giving a speech before, I can't think it was World AIDS Day a couple years ago. And I tell you, Harry is incredible as a public speaker. And I think that thanks to Spare and him doing the reading for it, that so many more people have discovered something that we've known for a long time. So, where's Susie Q? Susie Q, you okay? Susie Q always gets a little, but anyway, Susie Q, we're here for you. All right. And truth is, I feel a little bit emotional myself right now, although I'm trying to conceal it. But that was kind of touching, right? But yeah, Harry just has a way of really touching people. Oh, there's Susie Q. Are you okay? Susie Q gets a little worked up sometime, but that's why we love her, right? Okay. That being said, here are a couple of slides. Britain's Prince Harry vows to finish late Mother Diana's HIV work, and a few other slides that I kind of threw together. Actually, you know what? I think a squatty put that together. Yeah, I think that was someone else who did that. And then on the right, Prince Harry announces $1.5 million dollar charity donation from Memoir at surprise polo match appearance in Aspen. That was back in August of 2021. Prince Harry co-founded the Sentabale charity with the help, to help, that is, children affected by HIV in Africa. So, okay. Let's see. No, Lady T, I don't think I've done a short with that one. A short can't be any longer than 1 minute, but I can edit this down to possibly do that. So that's probably a good idea. Maybe I will try to do that. Thank you for the recommendation or suggestion. I will do that. Okay, Susie Q. We just want to make sure you're okay. So here is Harry and Rihanna. They volunteered in Barbados to take an HIV test. And there you can see, I guess they were getting any counseling before or after the test. And so, yeah, this is so cool that they did this because, like I said, it will benefit a lot of people. So right there, Rihanna and Prince Harry get tested for HIV to advocate World AIDS Day. Let me see. While Prince Harry paid a visit to Rihanna's native island of Barbados, the two teamed up to advocate for World AIDS Day, December the 1st, by getting tested for HIV. So there you are. And this was back in 2016, by the way. Just in case you're wondering, this was back in 2016. Now, this was, let me see here. Lauren says, I'm not feeling my eye. Oh, okay. Well, anyway, thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. So, oh Lord, that's not in English. Anyway, you guys, that is the deputy mayor of Paris. So yesterday, I mentioned him. I told you he had read Spare, and he actually gave a nice review for the book, which was lovely. What I did not know is that he has been living with HIV. I think he announced that back in 2002 or 2006. He announced to the world that he was living with HIV, which makes him the highest ranking French official to openly announce that he's living with HIV. So not only is he a deputy mayor, but he's also an activist. Well, at the top, I believe that is his mom, because down there at the bottom, that is actually his partner, or was his partner. Um, Unfortunately, he passed away back in 2018, very suddenly. It was not from an illness, but it was very sudden. Although I guess you could say it was an illness, but I'll explain. Helen Groen says, please don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so much, Helen, and thank you so much for being a member. So, yes, this is Christophe Michel Romero. And at age 31, he passed away suddenly. As best I could tell from what I read, I believe that he had substances in his system, and it came as a big shock to everyone, including our deputy mayor of Paris. So, very interesting the way that all ties. I was going to share that. And then when I started looking into Jean-Luc Romero Michel's background, then I found out about his HIV status and the fact that he lost his young partner some time ago. So, very interesting the way that kind of ties in with everything tonight. But yeah, so that's very sad. 31 years old, that is tragic. Someone that young passing away like that. But so yeah, that is just a little bit more about the deputy mayor, in case you had any curiosity whatsoever. Now, back to these people. Neo-Nazi podcasters sent to prison on terror charges for targeting Prince Harry and his young son. Well, this is in the Detroit News, serving Michigan since 1873. I'm not going to go into the story. We did that yesterday, but just so that you know that this story has legs and it has actually been making the rounds, which is a good thing, because so often there's nothing but horrific criticism, very unfair criticism, being thrown at the Sussexes for every little thing. But, you know, I hate to say it, but just to remind people, they were the ones that were forced out of the UK. They didn't leave because they wanted to make money. They didn't leave for all of the other made up reasons that the derangers and the tabloids and such have come up with. They were forced out, so that everybody knows they were forced out. It was not a choice that they made lightly. It was something that was pushed upon them. And unfortunately, being in the middle of a cultural war does not help things at all. Now, oh yeah, I tell you what. Okay, so many times you guys have heard me say again and again that how do I say it? That the people that vote for Brexit are the same kind of people that would support MAGA and Trump and all that stuff. They're usually the people that are always after Harry and Meghan, right? Well, Brother James O'Brien had a very interesting show today, and he talked about the inconsistency with the way the Sussexes were treated compared to the Cambridges, and of course compared to the Duke of Pork. So I'm going to play just a little bit of that. I don't want to play the whole thing, but just a little bit. But I think the video that has been making the rounds is about 10 minutes long. Oh, did I miss that? I'm so sorry. Helene, thank you so much for your 27 months. I don't know how I missed that. Thank you so much. And you know what? I looked at it and I know I highlighted it and it slipped my mind. But thank you so much. And thank you, Black Queen, for reminding me. Okay. Brother James. Bruh James. Here goes. I hope.
The one that I think most illustrates the subtle ways in which the media infects the way we think is this one. Because so many people who would ordinarily know much better and have quite a clear line on things are absolutely persuaded that Harry and Meghan are the wrong uns, and that the royal family as it is, or Kate and William, or even Andrew Windsor, that they're the good guys. It's extraordinary, and it hasn't happened by
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry.
accident. It is the best example, with the possible exception of Brexit, it is the best example of media gaslighting that I have witnessed in my life. And speaking of Brexit, find me someone that hates Harry and Meghan, but can't really tell you why, except something, loyalty, something. And I'll find you someone that voted for Brexit.
One more time. One more time.
Except something, loyalty, something. And speaking of Brexit, find me someone that hates Harry and Meghan, but can't really tell you why, except something, loyalty, something. And I'll find you someone that voted for Brexit. In almost every case, but perhaps not every. 20-12 is the time. So you explain to me.
Okay. So there you go. As I was saying, it seems to be a connection from one right winger to another right winger. If you supported this, then you're likely to support that. And that is what really stuck out today when I was listening to that video, which I will try to remember to put that in the community tab. Now that I think about it, that was something else I meant to do earlier. But I will put it in the community tab for the benefit of those who have not seen it yet. Matter of fact, I will do it right now because I will forget. So before my sometimers kick in, let me go ahead and do that while it's on my mind. Okay. Okay. So go there. Oh, wait a minute. Am I able to do that? Oh, wait. I think. No, it's not on. Is it on YouTube? I can only share it if it's on YouTube. And unfortunately, I don't think it's on YouTube. I think it's on Twitter. Let me see. Or did I? You know what? I don't think I saved it at all. Sorry about that. I don't think I saved it at all. That was something that I did a screen record. So, yeah, but I will find it. If you guys don't find it first, I will find it and I will share it with you. But remember, it's about 10 minutes long, just so that you don't waste your time looking for the wrong thing. But he had someone who called in, and yeah, it was very interesting. Very typical James O'Brien. So, okay. Interesting. I don't see it. Don't see it. Let me try LBC. LBC. But I know I saw it on Twitter, or the thing formerly known as Twitter. That one's a minute. That one's 30 seconds. That one's 2.5 minutes. I'm looking for the one that was about 10 minutes. Yeah, see, I don't think it's shareable if it's on Twitter. I don't think I could share it. Yeah, and now I don't even see it because I know it was 10 minutes long. So anyway, I'll see what I can do. Maybe, no, let me see. Let me try that. LBC. Nope. Well, they have the whole 2-hour show that was on. Or let me see if I can find that one. Oh, here it is. The biggest case of gaslighting. Okay, so here's what I'll do. I will link it to the community tab. Got it. Let me see. The biggest case of gaslighting. Here it is. No, here it is. Just look for here it is. And that's it. Okay. Sorted. Ha 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 ha. I love when a plan works out. I did see it on YouTube. All right, so let me continue here. As she turns 42, is King about to give Kate a promotion? And could William and Kate be handing out their own royal warrants to favorites like Lululemon before too long? The celebration for the Princess of Wales' birthday are set to be low key. Well, I mean, it should be low key after all. She is a mute woman. And when you're a mute woman, things are supposed to be very low key. I mean, I hate to say it. But Catherine, oh, let's do it, shall we? We haven't done that in a while. I hate to say it.
Reasons Catherine is so popular amongst certain demographics, and I'm going to say older people and men, is because she says absolutely nothing. She's a good little girl who keeps quiet and doesn't complain, doesn't do anything, doesn't rock the boat, and is a very traditional, old-fashioned mute woman.
Take note, Nicola. There it is. Right.
One of the reasons Catherine is so popular.
Now, of course, as you know, in the spirit of fair play, we had to reach out to Kensington Palace for comment. And one of the greatest orators of our age, Catherine, the Princess of Wales.
Well, obviously it'd be, I would love to have met her. And she's obviously she's an inspirational woman to look up to, obviously to this day, and going forward and things. It is, it's a wonderful family. The members who I've met have achieved a lot, and very inspirational. So yeah, I do.
That's interesting. All right. So as you can see, some people don't wait for the wedding day. They start saying "I do" during the engagement interview. So shade. So there you go. Catherine, the Princess of Wales, is going to get a promotion. The other thing that they mentioned is that she is likely to receive one of the Order of the Garters. So she will be dressed up like a medieval fencing athlete or whatever. She is going to dress up like the rest of the people. As you can see, William, Charles, and Camilla are in their Order of the Garter, which is an order of chivalry. I think they only meet every other year or every 4 years or something like that. Well, Catherine is destined to become a member of the Order of the Garter. Now, what exactly does that entail? Who cares? Okay, next. So from that point, Catherine will no longer live her life beyond or behind the candelabra. She is going to be front and center. She's going to have more responsibilities, and she is likely to be handing out those investitures. Maybe. But yeah, so that's what's going to happen to her. In other words, more work. Oh, you know what? That's a typo. It should be Windsor. I knew I left that. I meant to fix that, but it should say Windsor, not Willie Leaks Winson. It should be Windsor. Anyway, see what happens when you're trying to be shady. Lisette Zog, thank you so much for being here. Good morning to you too. Okay, and you know what, you guys? I think I'm just about done. Almost. Just going to share this with you. This will be our last word of the day. Trust is the bedrock of love, and ours is a love story. He's still my best friend, but I wish he'd get his damn shoes off my furniture. Now, that is David Soles and Paul Michael Glazer. No, they were not in a romantic relationship, but like I said, they were best of friends. They started off hating each other, but then they got on really well. And one of the somewhat indirect ties to today's Royal Sussex, I didn't want to share this earlier because I wanted to make sure that we started off talking about David Soul, since he was the one that passed away today or yesterday. But Paul Michael Glaser has a very interesting story. His wife had emergency surgery and received a transfusion. That transfusion was infected with HIV. And back in those days, they didn't actually test. Nowadays, of course, they have some very good tests, and it almost never happens that people are exposed. But back in those days, during the early days of HIV and AIDS, that's exactly what happened. So not only did his wife pass away, but his son also passed away from HIV. And his daughter, his daughter survived. I think his daughter survived. And so that's one of the things that brought the two men very close, is that there were a string of tragedies in their lives that they were able to lean on each other for friendship and support. So, but yeah, that was very interesting. I remember them when that happened, and it was like a nightmare. And of course, everybody accused Paul Michael Glaser of being gay and that he had unprotected sex, but he or his son as far as I know, they have never been positive. It was determined that it was from a bad blood transfusion. So, but that's, how the public works. Even back in the days before the internet, people could be very vicious about things they had no knowledge of. So, very, very sad tale, but he survived, his son survived, and they are thriving, I hope. Okay. Yes, Antoinette, I don't know if I said it in time for this comment, but I put it on the community tab, so you can link to the LBC whenever you choose to, right now if you like, since I am just about done. But anyway, that's it for today. Love you guys. Thank you so much for watching. Again, that is our last word. Trust is the bedrock of love, and ours is a love story. He's still my best friend. I think that's very sweet. And I love the fact that they are secure enough to be close to each other without worrying about what people think. Let me see here. I'll look at your comments here. Disease risk was the main reason I did an self-blood donation for my surgery in 1992. I was interviewed at the Red Cross headquarters in Washington, D.C., a story covered by the Washington Post. Wow. Thank you for sharing that. And Lisette Zog, thank you so much, Baron. This one is for the Monarch Man Can place 2 after menopause is coming to town. The Monarch Man Can. I almost forgot about that song. And menopause is coming to town. Yeah. Menopause is coming to town. Menopause is coming to town. She really is pissed and having hot flash. Okay, thank you. And thank you for being a member of Royal Sussex. Look at there. I have critiqued my own show, and I probably don't think much of it. Royal Sussex. That's what I meant to say. Okay. That means it's time to go. But thank you, everyone. And thank you for being here. And as always, thank you for watching Royal Sussex. And good night to our prince and princess. Don't they look good? What a handsome couple. What a beautiful couple. Absolutely gorgeous couple. And they go so well together. When I listen to people saying, oh, she should have known better, and Why would she expect anything different from this institution? Um, why would anybody want Harry to be alone or live his life unfulfilled with family? And why would anybody doubt that Meghan could fall in love with the Ginger Avenger, someone who is definitely very intelligent, very kind and thoughtful, and just as deserving of love as anybody else in this world? So that's the question that they never answer. You will find on the what is that thing? The LBC on the James O'Brien. You're going to find that there's just a little frustration with the caller, who's pretty much said the usual. She should have known better, even though she pretended to be somewhat supportive of Meghan. I'm not sure I'm buying that. But the truth is, Harry has a right to love and be loved, and Meghan has a right to love and be loved. And it is for God to decide when someone is right for another, not our petty opinions as mere mortals, but that is really punching well above your pay grade if you can decide what a person should do based on whether or not a family is racist. They love each other, and that's all that's important. They support each other. They have those beautiful children. And of course, the rock of the Sussex family, Doria Raglan, who is just so chill and so lovely and so Doria. She just gives you a sense of peace. And of course, Harry, who is the worthy successor to his mother's legacy, recipient of his mother's legacy or successor, whichever is proper, as evident by his very lovely speech that you heard. All of those things happened for a reason. And the gaslighting and the doubts that have been conjured up by their tabloids and leaks and briefs and everything from the royal family, none of that stuff matters to me. What matters is that they're happy together, and that together they are going to change the world as we know it, and change it for the better. So to hell with the naysayers. Anyway, love you guys. Thank you so much. And I will see you all tomorrow for certain. And let us cue the Ginger Avenger, and I will see ya. Oh, YM Droid, but will she get a 30,000K feather to tickle with William with? I saw that and I forgot to go to it. But anyway, thank you so much. But yeah, you're making reference to that incredibly expensive Michael's hobby store, craft store headdress that she wore. I suppose they will find a very inexpensive accessory, and it will be financed, or should I say purchased at Party Pieces. And all the profit is likely to go to a needy family in Buckleberry. It's likely go to a needy family in Buckleberry. So that's my prediction. But anyway, thank you so much. Sorry about that. Now, let me continue with the Ginger Avenger. I didn't miss anybody else, did I? Hey, Sean, thank you so much for being here. Let me see. Sean's, oh, that's for Black Queen. Anyway, thank you for being here. Okay. All right. So I didn't miss anything else. All right. Excellent. Thank you so much, everybody. Now we can Ginger Avenger our way out of here. You're welcome, Ingrid. Thank you for being here. 27 weeks, Helene. 27 weeks. Is that a record? I think 27 and 28 are the longest memberships. That is incredible. I'm never not impressed by that. I thank you so much. And you all, thank you for trusting me to do this work. That means so much to me. Okay, cue the Ginger Avenger. 525,000 times he was mentioned. 525,000 times in the report. 525,000 times he was mentioned. I wonder where he will get the money first. Talk about mom. Talk about mom. Talk about mom. 12 million pounds. 12 million pounds. 525,000 times he's mentioned. 525,000 times he complained. 5,500 times he was mentioned. And everybody knows it was his name. That was one of the songs from the musical Andrew that I forgot to include earlier. I know it sounds a lot like the theme song from Rent, but this is from a song called Spent, and it's about a overstuffed, blubberhead, yellow-toothed prince, entitled prince, that is, that had to shake down his mama to get 12 million pounds so he could pay a perfect stranger for something that he didn't do. And of course, the fact that he never met this person, right? And of course, that person said that he was sweating and everything. But of course, he doesn't sweat because he has a rather peculiar condition from the war in the Falkland Islands. And ever since then, well, at least at that time, he couldn't sweat. So 525,000 times he was mentioned, and he knows that it was his name. Okay. So anyway, just thought I would get that song out there for you. Wasn't that a waste of time? Because it only, that cost 12 million pounds is the alleged cost of the silence of what's her name. Now, that silence ended the 1st of January. Now she's free to write a book. Now she can name names and all that other stuff. So either they need to come up with some more money, or I would say try to write your own book. So, oh, Pat Math, yes, yes, I loved Starsky and Hutch. David So, gonna miss that guy. Oh, sorry about that. There he is. Gonna miss that guy. Yeah. What a great show that was. It was a much simpler time in this country, and it was a much simpler time in the world. But progress is progress, and as much as we might want to go back, we just can't. So we have to make the most out of the times we live in. So, farewell, David So, farewell. They're going to be in that big Ford Grand Torino in the sky. Yeah. Let me see. No, yeah, he won't get any money from Charles. Charles ain't going to pay that money. Nope. Charles is not his mother. He is not his mother. And like I said, I would normally say that those cries for help would have fallen on deaf ears, but seeing that Charles's ears are about the size of the Hubble telescope, there's not a chance that there's not a chance that you could make the case that it has fallen on deaf ears. Yeah, not a chance. 1992 is a year that I shan't look back upon with undiluted pleasure. It was a horrible anus. Well, 1992 or 2022, either way, it's going to cost you, lady. It is going to cost you. 1992 or 22 or 2022. You got to pay up. Yeah, he still looked good. I would say he looked good for David So, but he had been very ill. They went to one of those Comic-Cons. They were big celebrities at the Comic-Cons. The younger generation loved Starsky and Hutch, the ones who discovered the show. And so at the Comic-Con, where they celebrate comic book characters and heroes and such, they were very popular, and they would actually make money from speaking at these engagements. Well, anyway, there's a photo online where you can see Paul Michael Glazer pushing a wheelchair with David So unable to walk on his own. So, yeah, so he had been suffering a bit over the years, but still, what a life he's had, right? What a life. Okay. Yeah, if they allow him to go to anything but a funeral, I would be surprised. I don't know what kind of bargain that Charles made with the Queen to protect her son, but what are you going to protect, your son or the crown? Something's got to give. And people were making a big stink about him being at Philip's memorial service. And even though Arthur Edwards made that, well, Andrew's on the list. Harry's should be there. Andrew, yes, of course he's going to be there. He's on the list. Well, he shouldn't have been on the list. He's disgusting, as that young man said. Disgusting. So he needs to just go somewhere and lay low. Oh, I love Comic-Con. I only went one time. Friend of the Sussex, Royal Sussex, Nathan, actually took me to my first and only Comic-Con. And I was excited to be there, and it was worth it. Even if you're not a big fan of comic book characters and stuff, I promise you, it is fun for the whole family. So if you have a chance to go to a Comic-Con, the costumes alone, the costumes are so incredibly detailed that you could not help but have a good time. Even if you don't recognize the characters, it doesn't even matter. I promise you, it doesn't matter. You will enjoy yourself and you won't be sorry that you've gone. So if you can go to the Comic-Con, do it, do it, do it. Okay. All right. So let's leave our Duke and Duchess here. And I will see you guys. Love you and have a pleasant evening or a great tomorrow. And for those of you who have already started your day, like Lisette, who is, you're in South Africa, right? I have a very productive day. And of course, oh yeah, good morning, Elaine Parker. Just put that out there because, you know, she'll be up soon. And also, Connie Balmer. Good morning, Connie Balmer. Let me see. Did I miss anybody? I guess not. Oh, well, I would say good morning to Church Nellie, but you know, with Church Nellie is usually like, "Are you okay? Do I need to get the smelling salt? Do you have a hangover? Are you losing your buzz?" Yeah, so that's usually what I say if it's Church Nellie. The other way to get Church Nellie to get to moving, you just have to say, here come the police. There's the popo. And I'm telling you, she will jump up like somebody put on a Motown record. So that is one way to get her in gear, is to say, the people here, there's the popo. Somebody called the popo. And yeah, she will bust a move. Promise you. That works on quite a few people that I know, actually. Works for me. Yeah. Halloween is always fun, but Comic-Con is a little more tamed, I would say. Comic-Con, you don't have to worry about the weather because it's usually in some big convention hall. So you just go and have fun. You just go and have fun. I saw a member of the Sussex squad at a Comic-Con. I don't think that they know I saw them, but I don't think they recognize me. But I definitely recognize that person. All dressed up at the Comic-Con. I'll let you guess who it was, but yes, all dressed up at the Comic-Con. I was like, hey, I know him or her or them or they. Yeah, don't want to give it away. Rule number one, I didn't see you and you didn't see me, right? Yes, I have been African American for a long time, so you know how we do it. I didn't see you and you ain't see me. Snitches get stitches. Okay. Okay. All right. So what is it? 898, 900 people in here. How many likes do we have? Let me see how many likes we have for that amount of people. I hope this is good. Otherwise, I am going to be very, very disappointed. 598 likes. That's not bad. I mean, that's about half. I think there was about 1,200 people. Hey, did you guys see Cat Williams on the Shay Club or whatever? Did y'all see Cat Williams? I couldn't stop watching it. Ooh, Cat Williams. I don't know what to say. Cat Williams needs royal protection after that interview. Wow, he was on fire. Yep, he was on fire. I watched Cat Williams, and that was some interesting interview. So if you haven't seen it, you should. Now, I don't know a whole lot about the what do you call it? I don't know a lot about the kings of comedy, queens of comedy, and all that kind of stuff. But I did have my opinion about people that I didn't think was so funny as comedians, and he called them out too. But I'm gonna tell you, I'm not gonna name any names because I don't feel like getting in an argument. But it is some people call themselves comedians that are not funny to me. They are absolutely boring. And there's one in particular that confuses vulgarity with cleverness and storytelling, but they're plenty loud and plenty vulgar, and it's just such a big turnoff. I really enjoy Dave Chappelle. I like a good story, and I like a good dialogue, and you get that from him. Very good delivery and timing and such. And it doesn't always have to be so funny as much as I just enjoy how he pieces the story together. And so there are some comedians that to me, I just look at them. I don't think that they're all that funny. Let me see. Now, I would be really disappointed if I found out that Kat said something about our Duchess. So I would be very, very disappointed. I hope not. You know, sometimes people go after the low-hanging fruit. If it's anything above their reach or above their pay grade, they tend to leave it alone. Creative life, that was the impression I got. That was the impression that I got. Not that I've ever seen Baron. Okay. But yeah, so it was interesting. I wasn't a big fan of Wendy Williams, even if she didn't say anything to trash the Sussexes, because I don't like I don't like that kind of stuff. You know, like, you know, for instance, I have a big problem with Black women targeting other Black women. I have a huge problem with that, only because everybody knows that in society, Black women are the least protected and often targeted by, you know, people in power. And so for that reason, I really can't get in on the laugh with that. It's very difficult for me. Anybody who looks like my mama, I have a problem with finding something funny. And yeah, and so I don't mind, you know, honest criticism and such. But when you make up stuff, when you try to refer to someone just going after the bag and such, it's being lazy. And most people that talk about Meghan are just very lazy. They don't know what the truth is. They know what they heard other people say. And that is very worrisome. They will do all their research on other people, but when it comes to a woman of color, in particular Black women, they don't bother to figure out what is true and what is false. They just feel that need to challenge and go after them. And that bothers me. Yeah, and that's what I enjoyed about Cat Williams. He seemed very empathetic. That is what I got from him, is that he seemed very, very empathetic, very intelligent guy. And I guess that's what attracts me to his humor is that he's very intelligent. And, you know, people being vulgar for the sake of it is a big turnoff for me. But someone who is clever and uses intelligence and wit to, you know, tell their story, to make people laugh, I have a greater appreciation for that. But yeah, the obvious stuff, I'm not so inclined. So, well, anyway, that's the relief. Not that you ever saying, okay, I hope not. I really hope not. It, whew. Yeah, I get very frustrated by that. But yeah, he does seem to care. He seemed to have a heart. And going after the other comics, I don't mind so much because I it's like with rap and hip hop. Okay, I'm going to be very honest and say I do have some of my favorite songs, and some of my favorite songs are just as vulgar and nasty and awful. Not a lot, and most of the songs that I really like are from so long ago, I would be embarrassed to give you the title of them. So it's not that I'm just anti every this and that, but I also am very aware that, and this is the timeline that I have, is that extraordinary things were happening for the Black community all the way up to the 1980s and beyond. But by the mid 80s, it seemed as though the community was under attack from chemicals and from music. That's when that type of music started. And when you think of the people who financed that music, that is also something that you should be aware of, is not so much the artists themselves, but who are the ones that financed and encouraged that genre of music. And and as far as I'm concerned, it has been an attack on the Black community. It has undermined so much of the success that was built in the Black community. And I just hope more people are aware of it. But it's that type of music should not be a substitute for parenting. And of course, some of those movies that young people watch nowadays on their electronic devices is where they learn intimacy. And that is no substitute for observing how your father treats your mother and how your mother treats your father, or, you know, whoever the partners are, or whatever the circumstance, seeing partners respect each other. That's something that is missing from some of these young people. So that bothers me. So I'm not so much a prude, and I do have my favorite songs and such, but still, I'm very aware of how damaging some of that music can be. Luke. I used to listen to Luke, like, didn't you? Who is Luke? I don't know who that is. I don't know Luke. Now, see, Marshar, I have to say that that particular song, as much as I think it's awful, I laugh when I hear it because it's just funny to me. It's so silly, it's funny. And I'm embarrassed to tell you that I like the song. I don't like the impact of it, but I do like the song. Connie Balmer, big shout out to Connie Balmer. We were just about to go, and then I got on my soapbox. And truthfully, I've never watched Cat Williams. I seen this interview, and that was the most I've ever seen of Cat Williams. When I saw him with his hair sticking up on the side like a GD fool, I quickly turned it off. I would just skip past it. I've never watched the Kings of Comedy or Queens of Comedy, although I have seen Bernie Mac on different videos. But as for actually watching the show on a weekly basis or something like that, I was never one of the people that kept up with it. But I have said, and I would say that Bernie Mac was the funniest person on Kings of Comedy. I agree. I thought Bernie Mac was a genius. I thought he was genius. Every time I think about him saying, "All right, we're going to be moving furniture. We're going to move some furniture." Every time, the first time I heard him say moving furniture, um, I thought that was the funniest thing. And I do think that was Bernie Mac, right? God, I hope that wasn't Steve Harvey. But I thought it was Bernie Mac that said something about moving furniture. But then again, I'm starting to doubt myself. But anyway, yeah, so Cat is my favorite is okay. I don't think was that a song? I don't think I've heard it. But yeah. So like I say, as silly as I can be, right? Um I'm not always the person that you hear on the Royal Sussex. I am very nerdy and boring. I mean, not boring to be around, but some of the topics that I take interest in would surprise you. And like science and stuff like that, I'm always so curious about how stuff works and how it's made and what have you. And sometimes out of the blue, I can explain things with so much detail that people will say, "Oh, did you study that in college? What college? What college?" That kind of a thing. So if I'm interested in something, I go in for it. And if I'm not interested, then it's not easy for me. So, and I guess the other thing that would surprise you, well, maybe not so much. I think you guys know I have a wide uh, variety of music that I like. So there's not too many. I don't think there's any genre that I don't like something, whether it's Puccini's operas or whether it's Gordon Lightfoot. I have my faves. Someday you're gonna be scared if I find you've been creeping up my back stairs. Boom, 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 boom. Let me see here. Well, I could see. Wait a minute. How is it more people? I thought we were closing out tonight. It was like 898 people. Now it's 922. We're fixing to go. We are fixing to go. Yep, we fixing to go, y'all. Although I don't feel like getting up out of this chair because my shoulders are hurting. I had that heating pad on. I think I'm gonna put it back on. Oh, I took my Christmas lights down today. I did take my Christmas lights down. Now all I have to do is sort them and so I can store them for the year. But I did take those down. Didn't want everything to get wet and covered in snow and ice for before I take them down again. So that way they'll last longer. Let me see here. Someday you're gonna be scared if I find you've been creeping up my back stairs. Well, you look like a queen from the movie scene. And something, 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 I forgot what it means. Oh man. And is Lisa here? I have to tell you, I think it was Lisa that got the 40-ounce cup for me. Talk about a gift that just keeps giving. I have been peeing all day. I have been peeing like a racehorse. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I got some I got some stuff for it. Although I would love to do some more of those cortisone shots, but I got some stuff for it. Oh, you think Steve Harvey was jealous of Bernie Mac? Connie Balmer, I feel guilty because we're about to go, but thank you so much for supporting Royal Sussex all the way from Switzerland. Thank you so much. And good day to you. I hope you have a very, very productive Saturday. It is Saturday, isn't it? Or is it? No, it's, oh yeah, it will be it's Saturday for you. I got 2 minutes to Saturday. Yes, 2 minutes to Saturday. And thank you, everybody who was here for New Year's. That was awesome. I really enjoyed New Year's. Oh, you're going to watch the replay? Thank you, Connie Balmer. Yeah, and thank you for being so supportive to Royal Sussex. Oh, I can take a hint. I can take a hint. If you insist, incoming, if you insist, I can definitely take a hint. Okay, you ready? Here goes. There you go. Better? Okay. And yes, I'm glad you enjoy all of the colorful colloquiums that I share. You know, some of my people are from the South, so that's where I get some of those colorful colloquiums. Some of them are so funny to me. Cute, very cute. Sorry, Lauren. Sorry about that. Well, just listen to me talk because I usually put people to sleep. I've had so many people tell me, I don't know what it is about your voice. Sometimes my friends will call me, and next thing I know, I'm like, hello? Hello? Yeah, I get that a lot. Doesn't bother me though. I'm glad that anybody would be comfortable enough with me to go to sleep. Let me see here. Yes, have a great day, Connie Balmer. Connie Balmer, she's a charmer. Connie Balmer. Well, I think that's it. And thank you all for letting me share that thing with Diana, Harry's speech. I love that. I was actually getting a couple of tears while I was listening to it. I don't know, for some reason, it really affected me today. You could really hear the emotion in his voice. You could really hear that emotion. Oh, a story about Europe, huh? It's been built up too much. I'll get one next time. Yeah, a story about Europe. I tell you, if you get a chance to go to Venice, Venice is so beautiful. Yes, you can smell the damp. Yes, well, you know what? I've heard people say that in the summer that it can be really smelly. I've never smelled it. I guess I was just too happy. I'm always so happy to go somewhere. I don't care about those little details. Just let me be someplace else. Let me go to a place filled with architecture, and beautiful sights and public works of art. That's what I really care about. I don't even care about the people that much. I just want to see beautiful things, architectural wonders that I have wanted to see my whole life. And to actually be in those spaces is just amazing. It's a real privilege, I think, a real privilege. If you can travel, and especially if you can travel any place you want to go, that is a privilege. There are so many people here in the United States that have never been out of the country, and here I am on my third passport. So that is a blessing. I don't take it for granted at all. I don't take anything or anybody for granted because I feel like I've been very, very blessed. And so whenever I can help or encourage, I try to do that because especially the young people, when I find out that they have never really traveled before, um, I think I told it one of the young people one time. I'm like, if you show me a plane ticket, I promise you, I'll throw a few dollars on that trip. Just show me the plane ticket, and I'll give you some spending money. Um, just to encourage somebody to go somewhere, get out of their comfort zone. And it's never been easier with the smartphone. Never has it been easier. Uh, yes, you can taste the smell of Europe by smelling it. You really can taste the smell of Europe by smelling it. That's what's so fascinating. You can taste the smell by smelling it. It really depends on how you move your hands, right? And I think when Kate is moving her hands so much, she's trying to fan the scent up to her nose. And the reason why she has to do that is because she's so high and mighty, and her nose is always stuck up in the air. And because her nose is always up in the air, she doesn't smell things like most people. So that's why she has to wave her hands around. Those little bony, fragile, plastered covered hands. Oh, 7 a.m. now where I am. Sleep is good. So good night. Gonna watch a replay. All right. Thank you, Connie Balmer. I appreciate that. And you know what? When people tell me that they watch Royal Sussex while they clean or drive or whatever, I'm always glad to hear that. I love that. I love being a part of somebody's day. That makes me feel very good. Oh, Miss Ash, you went to Venice? Great. Great. Isn't it beautiful? There's like a museum quality church on every island. And I think let me see if I got this right. Is there 70 islands and 400 bridges? Or is it, yeah, I think it's 70 islands and 400 bridges. And because it wasn't so easy at one time to just go from one island to the next, they built a church on just about every island. Yeah. So there's churches that dates back centuries filled with relics and treasure and all of those interesting details that and there's a certain architecture in Venice which is really dictated by their history of being a seafaring nation. Um, they traded, they would trade on the they would have to sail to other places to trade. And they were very much known for their glass production. And because in the old days, things were so combustible and such, they actually have an island where they have restricted glass making so that people don't burn down the entire city. But yeah, that Venetian Gothic style is what they call it, Venetian Gothic. So there's a little Gothic, a little Byzantine, very Moorish, yeah, all of those flavors in one. So I say, go, go, go. You will love it. But you have to be very careful in Venice because, as we have learned, not everybody in Venice is there to see the sights. There are some people that are looking for a come up. You know what I'm saying? There are some people that are there to, what is the word I'm looking for? Relieve you of your money, your ID, your passport. But the good thing is there is a hero that targets those people and have actually made the streets of Venice much safer.
Borseggiatrici! Attenzione pickpocket! Attenzione borseggiatrici! Attenzione borseggiatrici! Attenzione pickpocket! Attenzione borseggiatrici pickpocket!
That is the loudest thing to come out of Italy since Pavarotti. I'm telling you, that is the loudest thing to come out of Italy since the Vespa. Loud. Attentiones! A pickpocket! Attentiones! Borseggiatrici! Borseggiatrici! Attentiones! Attentiones! She is the loudest thing to come out of Italy since the eruption of Krakatoa. Mount Etna doesn't make as much noise as the pickpocket lady. And they said that Krakatoa was the largest, or actually the loudest sound in the history of humanity. People heard it hundreds, if not 1,000 miles away. I promise you, the pickpocket lady can be heard up to 1,000 miles. Attentiones! Pickpockets! Attentiones! Pickpockets! And just think, if you've been to Venice, you know they have all those little quiet courtyards, all of those medieval little hideaways and stuff. Beautiful, placid, quiet spaces that are interrupted with attentiones, pickpockets. Yeah. I love her. I would marry that woman, actually. I would marry her. A built-in alarm clock. Attentiones! Your ass gonna be late for work. You better get out of here. Attentiones! Attentiones! You need this a job.
Attenzione pickpocket! Attenzione borseggiatrici! Pickpocket!
These volunteers declare war on pickpockets.
Yes. Get them, girl. You get them. You get them. You set them straight, honey. Somebody's got to do it. Attentiones! Pickpocket! Borseggiatrici! Attentiones! Claudette McKenzie, thank you so much for being here. Okay, now we're going to go for real, you guys. Thank you all so much. And again, thank you all for your very generous and thoughtful contributions to Royal Sussex. thank you to the mod squad, the moderators who have kept Royal Sussex one of the safest spaces in all of the Sussex friendly channels. Also, thanks for helping Royal Sussex become one of the fastest growing Sussex friendly spaces. That was amazing. So cheers to the next 50,000 subscribers. Yeah, right. Someone tried to get me in Zaragoza, Spain, but I didn't have anything important in that pocket. So, and when I turned around in such a huff, I scared this woman so bad. She just, oh, here, I wanted to give you this. Okay. And when she looked at me, my nostrils were flaring. My chest was heaving up and down. Now, see, I can't run worth a damn, but I got at least 2 good steps in me. So as I was on the upper step and she was on the lower step, she could have been in trouble fast. So, just as she was quick to grab my little, and it wasn't a wallet, it was like a little change pouch. It was like a little gift from the bank. And she handed it to me. I had a money belt on. So let me tell you something. If you can get my money belt sitting on top of my thighs and under my stomach, if you can get my money belt, you deserve it. You deserve it. All I can say is find out what time the store is closed. Because if you can get my money belt, you deserve it. When I get home, the first thing I do is throw that thing in the washing machine because I done been sweating and everything. You don't want to touch my money belt. But I tell you what, it is hermetically sealed in all the creases. My money belt is hermetically sealed, and there is no way my money belt defies gravity, common sense, and even the pickpockets. You ain't getting my money belt. It is wedged in place, right? I never knew how much all of those secret, undisclosed spaces can come in handy. But yeah, if you can get that, you deserve it. If you can get that, I'm probably in the hospital somewhere. I'm at the bottom of a staircase or something, if you can get that. And even then, unless I fall the right way, you still may not get it. David Copperfield couldn't get that money belt. Seriously, the best magicians could not get that money belt if they wanted to. It would really take some magic to get my money belt. Now all I got to do is put something in it. Well, anyway, I hope you enjoyed that visual. And lastly, I'm going to close with the thing about my money belt is that you can never stop. Never mind. I'm going to stop. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, Miss S, you got to be prepared. You got to be prepared. Vanity goes out the window when you travel. Vanity goes out the window. I knew someone who went to Madrid and they decided that they were going to go out for a nice dinner. And they wore their beautiful stilettos and went flying down a flight of stairs and didn't break anything, but had a bruise comparable to being hit by a car. And, I don't want to judge anybody, but that was not right at all. Especially considering that this person ended up in the hospital for a week while the hotel, which cost somewhere between $350 and $500 US, was just running up money while this person was in a hospital, unable to communicate with the Spanish speaking staff. So let that be a cautionary tale. While traveling, vanity goes out the window. If you're a lady and you want to have dinner, try to find something practical and comfortable, because an injury can ruin your whole vacation. A turned ankle can ruin things. Why take chances, especially if you're not sure-footed? Why take chances? You can be cute at home. And for the gentleman, there's not too many places you can't go with some khakis and a sport jacket or something like that. Mm. Well, if somebody found my money belt, I would know it because they started passing the hat. They'd be like, "Ooh, is this all he got? Let's try to get some money for him." I would know, not because it was missing, but because I saw somebody passing the hat. The person walking behind me passing the hat is the one that took my money belt. Attentiones! Pickpockets! Attentiones! Versus the Chichi! Okay, you guys, it was fun hanging out, but it is Saturday morning for everybody in the Midwest, East Coast, parts of Canada, like Toronto. I didn't really get a chance to spend time in Toronto, so I've always felt like I needed to go back. I really do. I need to go back to Toronto, but I would combine it, Toronto and Quebec. I'd have to do both of those cities, and maybe someplace in between. So maybe 4 days, 4 days, 2 days, someplace else. And definitely I would take a train, if possible, from Quebec to Toronto or vice versa, and then fly home. Oh, you remember that story. Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Yeah, it's a new dawn and a new day. Ooh, and I'm feeling good. Boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba boom. Yo, so I guess you remember that story. Oh, guys, did I tell you Clever Blend is in Switzerland on an online shop? Now, I may have heard you say that on another site, I think, but congratulations. And I'm so glad, so happy for you, and happy for our Duchess, because, it's not that I'm just being greedy on Meghan's behalf. It's not that I feel like we need to answer to the derangers or prove anything. But when that company really blows up, and Meghan, amongst other people, reap the benefits of it, I am going to be so, so happy and full of glee. I promise you. That is going to I want security for our babies, Archie and Lily. It's not about comfort and luxury for the grown folks, but it's about their security. That's all I care about. So if I can't win the lottery, and help out. And then, of course, promoting the sale of clever blends and promoting, what is that? Better Up and such, whatever it takes. But I wish, hope, and pray for much success for the Sussexes, because their financial stability will leave them free to do the very, very valuable work that they do. And that's what I want for them. Stars friendly shine, you know how I feel. Said I decline, you know how I feel. Oh, yeah, I was going to tell you that story in case you haven't heard it. So picture it. I guess it was 2009. Yeah, 2009. I'm on a train going from, I think I was going from Budapest to Prague or something like that. Anyway, as you know, they have those little compartments with the 3 seats on each side. And then the hallway is outside the door, and the other side of the compartment, there's, the outside. So it was not crowded in the first class. So I had the whole booth to myself. Well, after we made one of the stops, all of a sudden, I see these people walking past my cabin, right? And one of the little kids was like, Mommy, pointing at me sitting there by myself. Well, on their way up to the first class, where they did not belong because they didn't have first class tickets, I saw these people parade by like ducks, just looking. And that kid was trying to tell his mom, oh, he's by himself. We can sit in there. But no, they kept going forward. And next thing I know, all of those people, let's say it was 30 people, they were marching back in order like a row of ducks to the steerage compartment where they belong. All of you riffraff, get out of here. And I felt so special because I had a first class ticket. And the very next song, just by chance, I had a CD player. The very next song that I listened to was Nina Simone, and I'm feeling good. Yep. When they went past, I put on my Nina Simone and my head just rolled around slowly. I felt so empowered. Now, just so you know, I did not want a first class ticket, but the rail pass demands a first class because they have to guarantee that I have a seat on every train. So I got a heavy discount, but I still had first class accommodations. So if you are traveling to Europe and you want to take the rail, if you want to take the trains, buy your ticket, buy a pass or whatever before you leave the US. You will get a discount that is not available to the people in Europe. And that includes the UK. You will get the mother of all discounts. So buy your ticket here. Explain to the ticket agent, call them, explain to Rail Europe what you need and how you plan to use it. So I got a book which entitled me to 20 trips on the train. Validate the ticket after 12 a.m. and the ticket is good until 11:59 p.m. or 2359 hours, right? Is that right? 23? Yeah, 2359. And as long as you're on the train, then you're good. As long as you get on that train before the last train of the day, you can go to another city if you like. You can do 2 cities in one day if you like. And it was great. It was absolutely great. And I took advantage of it. And so I had the open ticket where I could use it anytime. I had 2 months to use my continental Europe ticket, and I had 30 days to use my British Rail ticket. So that was when I went in 2018. When I went in 2009 and I took the train, I didn't have such a big rail pass, but I still had, I think I did 8 cities or something like that. So it's like money in the bank, money in the bank. And that way, if you change your mind or whatever, you have that fluidity in your decision making. Oh, you're welcome, Lauren. So yes, that is one way you can do it. But the trains in Europe are clean, safe, efficient. I've never ever had a problem. Not one time. The people were very cool. Yeah. Well, I was racially profiled in Germany. And I wasn't so surprised by it. I think I've told that story before. And I was racially profiled possibly in the UK, not on the train, but on the platform. I think they couldn't believe that I was going to the first class compartment. So they asked to see my ticket. They were very respectful. It was, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And so that wasn't a problem. But still, I do wonder if I would have looked different if that would have happened. Now, as for the confrontation in Germany, this is a fun story. So I'm sitting in the first class, of course, right? And this Asian gentleman, he appeared to be Chinese or Japanese. I really couldn't tell. Well, from conversation, I found out he was from Hong Kong. Spoke perfect English, of course. And we're talking and interesting conversation. And I had to use the bathroom. So when I got up, I, of course, took my day bag, my backpack, I took it with me. And he offered to keep an eye on it for me. He said, I said, oh, no, that's okay. I said, this is like the football. This is like the presidential football. Wherever I go, it goes. I just, as a habit, I make sure it's every place I go. But thank you. So I went to Wiz and came back and sat down and we continued to talk. And then all of a sudden, I heard the door open behind me. And, there weren't a lot of people going back and forth, but I can hear the door open and I felt the draft. And I was sitting somewhere like toward the other end of the car from, facing the direction of travel. And the other guy was facing the other direction. And there was that little table in between. So next thing I know, whoever opened up that door was standing right next to me. And I looked over and my eyes slowly went up because I'm like, what in the world is this about? Well, there was German police. And that's what he said, German police. May I see your passport? I said, sure. So I'm digging around in my bag. I got the passport out. And it was like good cop, bad cop. There were 2 of them. And they asked the other guy for his passport. He gave it to him. And so the guy was on his cell phone, his mobile, trying to call in the numbers. But his phone wasn't connecting. And he was getting rather frustrated. And so the guy from Hong Kong, he said, if you like, you could use my mobile. And he just kind of shook his head like, no. And eventually they wrote the numbers down and gave us our passports back. And then they went on to the next car. So I was like, that was interesting. And so I asked the guy from Hong Kong, I said, let me ask you something. When they came in, did they look at anybody else or did they come directly to us? Because, he was facing that way, not me. He said, oh, no, they came directly to us. I said, really? I said, oh, and we just happened to be the only non-Germans on the train, or at least in that car. So, but this is the important part. And do listen to this. This is very important. What did I say I did before I got out of the seat? I took my bag with me. Could you imagine how weird I would have felt with a German police officer standing next to me asking for my passport and my heart racing, wondering if the person sitting next to me is someone they're looking for? And if so, did that person stick anything in my bag? But since I took my bag with me, guess what? It was a non-issue, right? I took my bag with me, and so there was no issue. There was no chance that that person could have put anything in my bag. So the moral of the story is, do not doubt yourself. Be secure. Don't worry about hurting somebody's feelings. Your biggest obligation is to get home to your family safe, right? Do you need to argue or get home to your family safe? Do you need to, or do you want to get robbed, or would you rather get home to your family safe, right? Do you want someone to plant contraband on you, or get home to your family safe? That's the most important thing. You are a guest in those countries. So don't forget yourself. You are a guest. So I was glad that I took my bag with me, because at least I didn't have that to worry about. And of course, the only thing I could think of is that to the German police, myself and the guy from Hong Kong, we must have looked like a broke ass Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan. We probably looked like some dime store Chris Tuckers and Jackie Chan. I couldn't imagine what else we would have appeared to have been to the German police. But yeah, so that was that. So remember that. Don't doubt yourself. Don't worry about hurting anybody's feelings. Take your bag with you. When you are seated, if you can, stick your leg through the strap of that bag and keep it in between your feet. That's what I do. Some people say, oh, well, that just draws more attention. So, and a lot of times there's nothing important in my bag, but I need my bag. Yeah, I need my bag. So I don't care whose feelings get hurt. When I stayed at a hostel, when I went to the shower, I would put my stuff in a plastic bag or whatever and take it in the shower with me. Yep. If I had that feeling, even, some of them have lockers, but they're not always effective. But I would take my bag with me. I brought my own lock and I take my own bag. Audrey Techner, thank you so much for the super chat. And thank you so much for being here this fine Saturday morning. Happy New Year to you. And thank you so much for watching Royal Sussex. Okay, so I hope that story was helpful to someone. Don't doubt yourself. Be safe when you travel. Don't worry about hurting someone's feelings. Better to know where your stuff is than to have regrets. Now, my bigger bag, I put that in the common space on the train, but my day bag, that stayed with me. Yep, I call it the football. And when you play football, you want to go home. Actually, baseball, you want to go home. But in football, you want to get to the goal. That's your goal. You got to get to the goal post. Okay, so it's been 3 hours, something I said was not going to happen. So before I need somebody to give me 12 million pounds for somebody I never met for something I definitely didn't do, I am going to go. Love you guys again endlessly. And thank you for making Royal Sussex very, very successful. It's like I'm not even working. I do work hard, but it's not hard work. It's really not. It's a pleasure. It is. It is a pleasure. Okay, we're out. Love you. End of broadcast. I'm fixing to go, y'all. Did you say Scotland? Scotland would be a nice place to see. You got to go to Edinburgh. Edinburgh is beautiful. It's so gothic and dark and ancient. And then there's the new town. So the old town and the new town. The new town is about 300 years old, but it's really cool too. You could actually see where, oh gosh, what was her name? The writer? Oh gosh, the one that wrote those books. The writer. What was her name? Was it Anne? No. Pride and Prejudice. Mr. Darcy. Come on. Somebody hit me. Somebody hit me. Let me see. Female writer. Brant. Jane Austen. Angela Stanley, you are a treasure. You're absolutely right. Jane Austen. You could see where Jane Austen's family lived. Yep. Oh, was that Bath? Wait a minute. I'm confusing the two. I think Jane Austen lived in Bath. Never mind. It wasn't Scotland. It was Bath. I'm pretty sure it was Bath. Never mind. They're all running together on me. So you know what that means, don't you? Good night. But yes, I saw Jane Austen's house. Now, she lived in two places in Bath. She lived at that circus place, I think. One of those round buildings. And then her family kind of ran out of money, so she had to move. I think she moved like maybe 3 or 4 times in life. Glasgow. I've been to Glasgow and Edinburgh. I love Glasgow, but I have to tell you, when you get away from Edinburgh, the accent is really thick. You will understand the first couple of words, and then after that, it drops off. Yep. After the second or third word, you're going to get lost. And I was like, what? What? All right, Captain, I'm giving it everything she got. I'm like, yes, Montgomery Scott, but I didn't understand a word you said. But yeah, Edinburgh and Glasgow were gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And the people were so nice. I love the people in Scotland. I love the people in the UK too, in England, should I say. I didn't have any problems. Everybody was very, very kind. Everybody was very kind. And when you go in a shop, it's yes, sir, no, sir. Don't get that a lot in the US, but sir, are you all right? And that was kind of funny to me because in my neighborhood, if you ask somebody if they're all right, that means you're inquiring whether or not they need any pharmaceutical, things. But over there, are you okay? No, are you all right? That means, may I help you? Are you all right, sir? sir, you all right? And I'm just like thinking to myself, I don't use that stuff. I ain't on that. Do I look like I'm on that stuff? And of course, if you're African American and you're traveling in Europe, let me warn you, some places you go, like when I went to a hostel and I checked in, they asked me, "What's your nationality?" I was like, what? American. I'm from the United States. You know, when people ask you your nationality here in the US, it means something different. That means Susan Hussey. That's what it means. But where are you really from? Right? So when somebody asks you your nationality, be on guard. I'm just kidding. Relax and just tell them your nation of origin or where you're traveling from or whatever. Wherever you live, where you live. Let them know what country you're from. I think they do that for emergency purposes. Yes, Helen, very, very polite. I have to say that. I felt very well looked after, very polite. Yep, no doubt about it. Very polite. I hadn't been served that many times in my life. I felt like Sidney Poitier. I did. I felt like Sidney Poitier. Those schoolgirl days of climbing tree. Wait, no. Of telling. No, that's not right. Those schoolgirl days. I forgot the words. Ain't that funny? What takes the place of climbing trees and bloody knees in the world outside? What is there for you I can buy? If you wanted the moon, I would try to make a start, but I would rather you let me give my heart to serve with love. Boom, 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 boom. Very nice people. They decommissioned the royal yacht Britannia. It's in Edinburgh. Fascinating place. Faith Miller, I've been there. They got that stupid shopping mall next to it. But yeah, I went to the royal yacht Britannia. And I saw those corgis all over the boat. And then, of course, I bought some of that fudge. You know, they sell fudge in the on the yacht. And anyway, it is very interesting. It is very, very interesting. Well, Marshard, did you know Lulu and I share the same birthday? That's right. Lulu, who sings the theme song to Sir With Love, and I share the same birthday. Those schoolgirl days of telling tales and biting nails are gone. But as I leave, I know that they will live on and on. A man who teach you right from wrong and weak from strong, that's a lot to learn. What can I give you in return? Okay, so the words are coming back to me. I love that movie, To Sir With Love. Love that movie. And I used to know all the songs. No matter what you say, no matter what you do, no matter what you say, I'm gonna take from you. It was the name of that band was the Mindbenders. Baby, I'm off and I'm running with no place to go. I had enough of you, so I'm going out. What? Yes, 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 yes. Okay. So Lulu, your husband, and myself share the same birthday. And so does one of the Lionels, the original Lionel from the Jeffersons, as well as that crazy crackpot, what's her name? Roseanne Barr. And equally nutty, Dennis Miller. He's gone rogue. And the singer Adam Ant. He was born November 3rd. And I ain't done yet. That Jenner girl. What's her name? The Jenner daughter. Her birthday's the 3rd. And Colin Kaepernick, right? Charles Bronson. Dolph Lundgren. Okay, I'm trying to remember. I said Adam Ant. So yeah, those are just a few people who share that birthday. November the 3rd. Oh, the day I was born, the waters ran blue. The sky was crystal clear. The birds were singing and people gathered round to see the newborn king. Yes, it was lovely. It was something so biblical. I still haven't worked out why we were in a manger, but that's okay. It was a beautiful, beautiful occasion. And those 3 kings, I don't know if they were Latin kings, kings of comedy. I don't know where the kings came from. Maybe one of them was Billie Jean King. I don't recall. Yeah, Sidney Poitier was a good actor, great actor. But I have to tell you guys, if you ever have a chance to see a piece of the action, maybe you've seen it, maybe not. But there was a scene in the movie where I thought he got kind of handsy. Have you guys seen that? Where it seemed like his hands were working a bit too much. There was a scene in the movie, piece of the action. I think that was the name of it, where it seemed, was it Piece of the Action? No, it wasn't Uptown Saturday. Yeah, no, it was, I think it was a Piece of the Action. Anyway, I was embarrassed. I wish I hadn't seen it, but it just seemed like I know what I saw. Chairman Mao outfit. Thank you for remembering that. Oh, really? Oh, that's amazing. Very cool. And you and John Lennon have the same birthday. That's cool. Huh. Yep, some very interesting people were born on the 3rd. It's kind of like people born on the 3rd are like Ripley's Believe It or Not. The strange, the bizarre, and the unexpected. I can't believe it's still over 800 people in here. Let me see. I'm going to check for birthdays. I want to see who I left out. Okay. So Oh, Elizabeth Smart. And how could I forget Anna Wintour? Anna Wintour, Kendall Jenner, Colin Kaepernick, Charles Bronson, Dolph Lundgren, Elizabeth Smart, Governor Michael Dukakis, Roseanne Barr, Kate Capshaw, Lulu, Adam Ant, and a couple of other people I named. All of those are the November 3rd birthdays. Yep, those are the thirds. Okay. And Duchess of Success, her birthday's the 1st or the 2nd? I think her birthday's November 1st. Well, whatever it is, those Scorpios are shady AF. They are shady. Ooh, they're shady. And when they ain't throwing shade, they're giving shade. Scorpios. I remember I found myself in a room full of Scorpios, and I was just like, technically we are supposed to be destroying each other right now, but no sudden moves, please. But yeah, we're supposed to be picking each other apart. Huh. Watch now, Masterclass. Cat Williams. I'm telling you, that was a very interesting show, Cat Williams. And I am not his biggest fan. I only just discovered him, but it was very interesting. He was a bit outspoken. And I'm not one for that kind of messy, just going after one another. But I guess I was impressed with his very brutal honesty, mixed, or should I say, tempered with humanity. Yes, I believe his truth bombs were tempered with humanity. And I think he had said some things about Ice Cube, right? No, I don't think he did. I think Ice Cube called himself speaking out for other people. He could have kept that, though. Yeah, Leslie F., I think you're right about that. The fact that we all can sit up here on a Friday night when we ought to be out living it up or sleeping for our exciting day tomorrow. What are we doing? We're sitting here listening to me talking about birthdays and Europe and all that kind of nonsense. But I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I guess I needed the company more than you all did. I remember when I went to Paris and I purchased my first baguette. I was so proud. And my first crepe. I loved it. Nutella and banana. My first crepe. Janet Lavalley, thank you for being here. Hello to you too. Yes, Scorpios are very, very protective and loyal. When a Scorpio loves you, when a Scorpio is protective, right? There's no safer place to be. There is no safer place to be than with a Scorpio because they are fiercely loyal. Come give me your kindness and in your arms I know I'll find it. Woman, don't you know with you I'm born again. Come give me your sweetness. Now there's you, there is no weakness. When I'm safe within your arms, I'm born again. I was half, not whole, instead with none. Reaching through this world in need of one. No. I mean, yes. But I didn't know that there was a number, 130. Yeah, I know that there's like what do you call it? A culture of the R word, racism. And of course, most police departments, whether they're in Europe or the US, any country where the power dynamic is with white men in power, meaning most of the Western world, there has been a right-wing movement that has infiltrated governments. And of course, the police and the armies have been compromised in the Western world. So, yeah, I certainly knew of that for sure. Even here in the United States, there were people that were very nervous on January 6th because they realized that they have a huge problem here in the US. Very big problem when it comes to that sort of thing. So, yeah, and this is why so many of those right wingers are trying to start a civil war because they believe that the military is going to help them wrestle control away from voters, that they can end democracy as we know it and install someone like a warlord type of president, a dictator that will, protect their interests. That was what was planned for January the 6th. You can't tell me any different. You see, I'm not just a pretty face. I'll be watching stuff. I got my eyes wide shut. You think so? Okay. Oh, let me see. What was that song? Let me see. Mahogany. Do you know what you're going through? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going to? Do you know? Do you get what you're hoping for? When you look behind you, there's no open door. What are you hoping for? Do you know? Now, once we were standing still in time, we left behind. You knew I loved you, but my spirit was free. And I'll ask the questions that you once asked of me. Do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things in life is showing you? Ooh, 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 ooh. Thank you, folks. I'll be here all week. Thank you very much. I'll be here 6 nights a week. I'm off on Sundays. Thank you. 2 shows on Saturday. Thank you very much. Oh, really? Nice. Yeah, I think my voice is shot from various jobs I had over the years. My voice is just shot. Um, Sometimes I can hold a note, sometimes I can't. I bet you I have some of those nodules on my vocal cords. Don't leave like people do. Oh, Miss S. Such beautiful songs. I remember when songs were poetry set to music. Nowadays, it's something different. But back in those days, poetry set to music. And I think that that was a very romantic period. Just think of some of the songs that they were able to create back in that day. Beautiful songs. And I used to love that Curtis Mayfield sound where you had that big orchestration and that very soulful music all combined in one. Oh, that was a beautiful thing. Beautiful. Sometimes the rain. Wait a minute, how'd that go? Sometimes the rain. Something when I hear the sound, like you and me, baby, getting down with the sounds around. And oh, the smell of the morning flower as we pass away the hour. I want to do it again, do it again, do it again. Let's do it in the morning. Sweet dreams in summertime. Feeling your sweet face all laid up next to mine. In the midnight, sweet dreams come morning light. Don't worry about nothing. Just getting good. Just getting good. Just getting good love. Oh! Woo-hoo! Like the hammer on the block, love began to rock. Like the hammer on the block, love began to rock. Now, them was some lyrics, weren't they? Let me see here. The only other time a presidential candidate was removed from the ballot by the states was for Abraham Lincoln. After that, we had the Civil War. Well, like I say, that's what people are hoping for. Well, not people, but those, people that those supremacists. I'll say those white supremacists, those alt-right. Like when that guy shot up that church, he told the police officers, "I was trying to start a revolution." I would like to believe in the humanity of others. I like to believe in the humanity of myself, but some days I have my doubts. We all have our limits. And, a friend of mine was telling me that they think that the young people are too soft and won't be able to handle combat and all that kind of stuff. Uh, Let me tell you something. One thing about humanity, they take the violence like a fish to water. Don't take long. The learning curve is not as wide as people think it is. Look at those people in Ukraine. Those young people. One day they were playing video games, and next thing you know, they're launching drones and blowing up ships. Like they say, you'll be amazed at what you can get used to. So I don't doubt young people anywhere. The adjustment is not as hard as people pretend it is. Okay, you guys, that's enough of my soapbox. I can see my singing has pushed about, it looks like about 100 and something people out of here, as well it should. Oh, the weather outside is frightful. The fire is so delightful. And since we got no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. I cried a tear, you wiped it dry. I was confused, you cleared my mind. I sold my soul, you bought it back for me. You held me high and gave me dignity. Somehow you needed me. I remember that song, Anne Murray. That was a beautiful song. Oh, what's that other song? Anne Murray, and I think it was Kenny Loggins, was it? People smile and tell me. Well, Danny's song, everybody knows that, but everybody has sang that song too. Oh. Oh yeah, Anne Murray. Nobody loves me like you do. I love that song, and I am not embarrassed to say I love Anne Murray's music. Oh, she was wonderful. Let me see. Like a candle burning bright. Let me watch the numbers go down. Love was glowing in your eyes, a flame to light our way that burns brighter every day. Now I have you. Nobody loves me like you do. Still 787. Oh, there we go. No, it's 785. Okay, we're going down. We're going down. Get out of here, y'all. Like a leaf upon the wind, I could find no place to land. I dreamed as I have always and wondered every day, do dreams come true? Nobody loves me like you do. And then, of course, here goes the hook. What if I never met you? Where would I be right now? It's funny how life just falls in place somehow. You touch my heart in places that I never even knew. Nobody loves me like you do. Okay, 779. That's it, y'all. Go ahead, get out of here. Start your day or get some sleep. I was words without a tune. I was a song still unsung. A poem with no rhyme. A dancer out of tights. But now I found you. Oh, 777. Good night, y'all. Nobody loves me. Nobody loves me. Okay, here, y'all. Here come the big finish. Nobody loves me like you. All together, everybody. Nobody loves me like you do. Oh, that was beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good night, everybody. You don't have to go home, but you got to get out of here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going in the wrong direction. I said good night. Good night. Don't make me over, darling. Anything, yeah, I'll do anything for you. Okay. Huh. Oh, you know what? It's going on 4 hours of chatter, so I'm fixing to go for real this time. I'm fixing to leave. Okay, a nice little farewell song. Farewell song. There's been times in my life I've been wondering why. Still, somehow I believe I always get by. You said that maybe it's over. Not if you don't want it to be. Dun, dun, dun. Just once in your life, here's your miracle. Stand up and fight. This is it. Make no mistakes anymore. Your back's on the wall. This is it. So this is it. This is it. Did somebody say foghorn? Oh, yeah, this would get them out of here. You're right. You're right. Let me see. Where's that foghorn? Is this? No, that's not it. The foghorn. Now go to bed. Go to bed. Good night. Yes, I have gotten my second wind. Did I just say wind? I got my second wind. The summer wind came blowing in from across the sea. It lingered there to touch your hair and warm the sea. All summer long, we sang our song as we watched the golden sand. Two sweethearts and the summer wind. How many songs do I know? Like painted kites, those days and night go flying by. The world was new beneath the blue umbrella sky. And guess who sighs his lullaby as we walk that golden sand? Two sweethearts and the summer wind. The summer wind, warm summer wind. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I love that song, The Summer Wind. Frank Sinatra, you guys. I love me some Frank Sinatra. Yep, I love me some Frank Sinatra. Oh, Once Upon a Time, Angela Simone. I think Simmons. I'm sorry. I think you have just the right idea. I should do the Once Upon a Time. Yeah, that works. Do do be do 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 be do be do 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 be do 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 be do be do do do. I'm in the mood for love. Simply because you're near me. And when you're ever near me, I'm in the mood for love. Heaven was in your eyes, bright as the stars we're under. Ooh, if you ever wonder, I'm in the mood for love. Stop to think of weather. This little dream will fade. We'll put our hearts together. Now we are one. I'll never fade. If there's stars above, if there's a field, you know it. Ooh, until you show it, I'm in the mood for love. Okay, take it away, Connie Balmer. That's right. Now you, Marshar. Okay, you, Lydia. Heaven was in your eyes, bright as the stars. We're under. Oh, you getting down. Okay, and then the big finish. Boo doo be doo 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 be doo be doo doo doo. Boo doo be doo 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 be doo be doo doo doo. There we go. Oh, that was beautiful. We have to do that again sometime. Yeah, I love me some Ella Fitzgerald, the Queen of Swing. Love me some Ella. Okay, I'm done. I am so done. Although I'm having fun, but we have to call it a night at some point. This is like longer than New Year's Eve. Y'all know that, right? Maybe it's much too early in the game, but I thought I asked a question just the same. What are you doing New Year's Eve? Maybe I'm crazy to suppose that I'd ever be the one you chose. Out of the 1,000 invitations you received. How do I know that song? How do I know that song? I love the Rascals. I do. I love the Rascals. Let me see. What is my favorite song from the Rascals? The Little Rascals. Well, first they were the Little Rascals, then they were just the Rascals. It's a beautiful morning. I think I'll go outside for a while and just smile. Yeah, that's the Rascals. How can I be sure in a world that's constantly changing? How can I be sure? Whenever I'm away from you. Oh, I love me some Sarah Vaughan. Yes, Sarah Vaughan, who had the perfect pitch. Sarah Vaughan's pitch was perfect. Although I cannot think of a Sarah Vaughan song right now. Let me see, because she did a lot of the same songs Nancy Wilson did. Let me see. Oh, I got a Sarah Vaughan song. I just can't remember the title of it. I have one on my playlist. Sarah Vaughan. The incomparable Sarah Vaughan. She is good. Well, she was good. Sarah Vaughan. Okay. I want to go to my music. Let me see. Okay, your library, Sarah Vaughan. Let me see. Sarah Vaughan. I know I got at least one song of hers. Sarah Vaughan. How come I'm not seeing it? I know I got something of hers. I think I have just the one song. And I'm not seeing it, so I guess I don't. That's interesting. Thought for sure I had something Sarah Vaughan. Let me see here. When you just give love, you never get love. You better let love get by. I know it's so, and yet I know can't get you out of my mind. You made me leave my happy home. You took my love and now you're gone. Since I fell for you, love brings such misery and pain. I guess I'll never be the same since I fell for you. And it's too bad, and it's too sad, but I'm in love with you. First you loved me, then you snubbed me, but what can I do? 'Cause I'm still in love with you. Let me see, 7:42. Well, not exactly the clearing I was expecting, but oh yeah, you guys, don't forget to watch James O'Brien. It is on the it's on the link, so I put it in the community tab or whatever. So black coffee is my favorite, Sarah. I don't think I know. Well, I've heard it, but I don't know how it goes. Black coffee. None of the Sarah Vaughan is coming to me right now. Since I fell for you. Gosh, who sang that song? The original artist? I can't recall. Since I fell for you. Wow, I haven't heard that song in ages. Oh, yeah. I've been loving you too long to stop now. But I'm tired and you want to be free. But my love, your love has become a habit to me. Woo, I've been loving you for too long to stop now. Oh, that was Otis Redding. Yeah, I love that song. within my heart. I'm so cold. Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. No, that's wrong. Oh, boy. I forgot the words. Anyway, just sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the tides roll away. Ooh, I'm sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. I left my home in Georgia, headed for the Frisco Bay. 2,000 miles I roam. It looks like nothing's gonna come my way. Ooh, I'm sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. Now this is easy because I ain't got that many teeth. Yep. I ain't got that many teeth to get in the way. Okay. So it's going to be 4 hours and I'm fixing to go grooving on a Sunday afternoon. Oh, I love this song. Grooving. That's the Rascals. On a sunny afternoon. Oh, yes. Unchained Melody. Let me see. Now, how did I forget how that goes? Unchained Melody. How am I going blank on that? Let me go look at the lyrics. Unchained Melody. Let me see the lyrics. Oh, yeah. Oh, my love, my darling, I've hungered for your touch a long, lonely time. And time rolls by. Okay. It is 4 hours and I'm fixing to go. Love you guys. Good night. For real this time. Good night, dog. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. Boom, 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 boom. Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. Good night, sweetheart. Good night. Good night, everybody.